move us off the screen really quickly. Be right. Welcome, everyone. What's up, everyone? Thank you very much for joining us here this morning. My name is Omar. I am a host here at Watchers Talk, coming at you guys from the West Coast, British Columbia, Canada. Hope you're all well out there. Today we've got a really good show for you guys. We've got ourselves the Urban Shaman, Goz, back in the house. So we're going to get some a major download today. We're going to be talking about split timelines and the difference between a shaman and a magi shaman. So this should be pretty interesting. And a little bit later on in the show, we're going to have another guest come on, White Buffalo. So hopefully he can make it, and he will also give us a wonderful download. So just before we begin, guys, we've got a conference coming up on October the 1st through the 4th with Portal to Ascension, 44 speakers over a course of 4 days. This is at portaltoascension.org. This is a free or by donation event. And I also will be speaking at this event as well. I'll be doing a presentation on the chakras of the human body and how they work and how to maintain them. So with that being said, let's jump right into our show here. Please, guys, share this stream out. We got a strike against our channel, and YouTube is, really seriously punishing us by taking away our views and things like that. It's not like we get too many views on this channel, anyways, but it is damaging so far from what I can see. So please share the stream out with friends and family with whom you think will benefit from this message. And as well, quickly, YouTube is giving us an option to have a members community. So I would appreciate it if you guys can consider joining as a member. That will really help the channel out and also give us more options to reach out to speakers that we didn't have an option of getting before, because some of these guys like to get paid, and I don't have a whole lot of money myself. So with your help by becoming a member, that really benefits the community overall, so that we can continue to bring you conscious content like this. So, Gaz, thank you very much, brother, for joining me here again this Saturday morning and very early Sunday morning for you. I believe it's like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning for you. So I appreciate you staying up with me and giving us a download that we are about to receive today. So, brother, I'm, like I said, we're going to talk about the difference between a shaman and a magi shaman. And as well, we're going to talk about split timelines going back to 1913, and then even earlier than that to the 1800s. So I'm going to toss the stage over to you and give us a download. And as the questions come in, I'll address those questions. And actually, before we actually get there, brother, I'd like to address a couple of things from our previous show that we did a couple of weeks ago. There was some questions that had come in for you. So let me just pull that up, and let's see if we can address those questions before we get on with our show here. So let me just bring it up.
Okay. While you bring it up, I'd just like to say there was an Agent Smith out there that was going, oh, look at the skull that he's wearing on his T-shirt. Now, if you have a look closely at this skull, it's all with Mudja embroidery, with flowing designs, okay? Okay? Look at it. There's nothing sacred geometry about it. Okay, it's all mudger flowing designs, and there's nothing wrong with the skull being by itself. Okay, it's just a head, and it's got flowing, energetic designs there. And we heal any design that's of sacred geometry, as I've shown before on my Facebook page. You know, just with pyramids and things like that, and how we put flowing designs all in around it to this literally earth ground it, so it's not a destructive object of harm anymore. Because that's what these sacred geometry shapes are. They're stupid. They're over-masculinized. Stupid in the sense of the basic definition of stupid is self-destructive, an action of self-harm. Okay? So that's what happens when you square a circle. Okay? You get all of these secondary inorganic objects that don't appear in nature. And when they do appear in nature, that's because they've stuffed up nature with this fib of nose chi sort of Kabbalah stuff. And that actually happened in the 56 to 54 BC reset, where Azazel basically spelled all this stuff. And Azazel is another sort of incarnation of the fake cat, okay, which is the Christian devil, you know, as they know it. It's the Draco Governor General of the Earth domain. And, yeah, I kicked its ass a few years ago and I haven't smelt it around since. Anyway, because none of that disincarnate sort of 4D stuff can match a soul-centered human, okay? Because that's it. The soul is the bottom line level, okay? And I'm a roots technician. That's why I'm up at this time of night, because I have to see clearly in the dark like an owl. Because if you don't look at the roots and go underground and get dirty, well, if you've got root rot, the whole tree is going to wither and die. But if you're so-called this high-frequency New Age people at the top of the tree, you cut off the top of the tree, well, it grows back, doesn't it? The tree's not in danger. So think about what's the real high frequencies and what's important here, okay? You don't look after the roots and you don't know about the roots, even if you are more of a high-frequency person and that's your aspect of nature, that's no problem. But you've got to know about what's going on down below too. And you've got to attend to that if we're ever in a crisis situation where the whole tree of life is going to die because we've got root rot and no one knows how to look at it anymore. So this is the thing. You've got to be able to see clearly in the dark. You've got to see clearly in the light. You've got to know the whole light spectrum of life. You don't just go, oh, I'm only going to go towards what's positive because the sunshine is over here and that's dark. Oh, that must be evil. No, that's stupid. That's polarized looking at it. That's bipolarism of Kabbalah, okay? And all the New Age stuff is based on Kabbalah, whether you like it or not. Doesn't matter what faction you're in. Even the Quantic science stuff, the Christic spiral. Okay, that's closer but no cigar. I'll tell you why. Because, okay, the Fibonacci spiral basically pimps more from its host than it ever gives back. Hence, it's just a big thing that's out of control, okay? Now, the Christic spiral is more sort of balanced, so to speak, because it actually gives something back to the host. But at the same time, it's exactly the same as binary code in computers. Now, binary code in computers is all ones and zeros, which are the primary archetypes of creation, okay? Being the feminine, being a circle or an egg shape, which you get different types of eggs, from fish eggs to land eggs and stuff like that. And then also you get the line, okay? And both are always equal in curves thanks to the grandmother, because that's her nature, to nurture all life. And that's what she does. So everything is all equal in curves. That's why you see everything flowing in this skull design, okay? It's grounded. It's soul anchored. It's not evil.
I've said for a long time now that, New Age, in fact, I have a video about it. If you guys want to go check that out in my archives. It's, well, I won't go deep into it. Pretty much what I'm saying in that video is that this New Age that is, that we're confronted with is the same old package, just wrapped up differently and being offered with a different light, and that is it. It's still the old program, right? But they've wrapped it up and offered it to us with a different name, different title, different colors, made it shiny, and gave it a different name and said, okay, well, this is New Age, you guys follow this. But in reality, it's still the same old program that they've been pushing, but just with a different title.
It's like it's what they've done through this retroactive sort of time travel changing of history by inserting their theatre script based on our Mudger real reality, what happened in the real history. They go, okay, we'll copy their story, okay, and we'll claim it as our heritage, but we'll do our little sort of goat chicken dance all over to demonise it all first, to tailor it to our perverse likings, because they're all fully blown endocrine disrupted, which creates terminal madness and insanity. So everything the Satanists say, the opposite is true. So to corner them and get them back, you just use simple reverse child psychology. And it's very easy to work out what the truth is too, okay? So if you want to decode the new age and ground it, okay, and still use those techniques, okay, third eye techniques until you learn the existent original medicine wheels. There's 10 of them, main ones on your body, okay, just as you got 5 feminine fingers, 5 male fingers, 10 original tribes. The 1 and the 0, it's the only numerical digit that actually tells the truth, okay, that you can use, because we never had digit numbers. You know, when people say, oh, creation comes down to numbers and mathematics, well, hold it. When was the last time organic nature expressed itself in a symbol archetype as a number? Fucking never. Apart from those primary shapes, 1 and 0, okay? Yeah. So when you get a musical tone or pitch, okay, that is a frequency, like say, for instance, 523, that's the real love frequency, not 528. You just need to do a fine and tune it down a little bit to make it a frequency that numerologically adds up to 10. That's how you heal all the number digit stuff in Kabbalah, okay? In Mudger, we called it, because we already had the natural math in the language, it's spelled out like the sound, everything like that. Well, we didn't need to double it up by creating pseudo pictures, false images, to say the same thing, but you're actually using it in a different way to stuff things up. Okay, so 10 is the only number that you're actually going to get a true source code frequency, for lack of a better term. So what you do, and it's the same with the number 9 system of the mathematics of all, even the Tesla 369 stuff. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling you'd be talking about that today, because yesterday I made a post in our community channel about the vortex math, talking about the 3, 6, and 9.
Yeah, and that is a very simple equation to ground properly, because even the electricity that they take freely from the ground, okay, when they give us the electricity for our houses, they deliberately don't ground it properly. You listen to that G-sharp hum of your fridge, that's fucking out of tune. That's how fine my hearing is. I've been involved in music all my life, and that's why in Mudger law, the first 40 years of your life, even on split timelines, you learn music when we lived longer lives before it all got cut down, when they basically genetically toxified our genetics so that we would die, even though the soul never dies anyway. But we're originally designed physically to never die either. So they just basically messed with the genetics. So they had a death program, so we never come to full consciousness in our lives without the soul information that leaves the soul blind and rotorless. And so they can use us as source batteries lifetime after lifetime on their split timelines to do the actions and the bidding in the physical for the actual, okay, the top Illuminati that control all the Draco rubbish dumpsters and all that sort of stuff in the 4D. They get them as their super army, their super concentrate army to do all the woo-woo. But basically, you think to yourself, okay, if physical reality is not important, why are these 4D creatures getting us to physically do their actions for them in the physical 3D? Why don't they just do them themselves? Has anyone ever thought about that? No, because the physical is important. What happens in the physical affects every other realm of life, whether you call it other dimensions, other realms, whatever. It affects all the unseen areas too. And if you don't...
So below as above kind of deal?
As in front, so behind, all of it, omni.
Yeah.
Omni, all of it. Because there's no such thing as two fixed poles, Yakim and Boas in space. It's a stupid, ridiculous notion, okay? Or no two fixed points in space, okay? Look at the most obvious example. Is the sun bipolar? Case closed. It's omnipolar, if you want to use polar word. You know?
Yeah. Here, let me
Is a polar bear bipolar?
let me address this question from our last stream. If you recall, guys, we were talking about mushrooms, right? And then I guess one of our viewers came back later and was watching the show, and they had a question. Now, to be honest, I don't know if this question was asked live or not, but it's from Emily Klempnow. She's asking, is the chaga mushroom still okay? I never liked the taste of mushrooms otherwise. So her question is chaga mushroom still okay? Because remember when we were talking about mushrooms and you said don't eat the mushrooms because they're toxic, all the shit's going into the ground and stuff. So she's asking if the chaga mushroom would be okay to consume.
I'm trying to remember specifically at this present moment in time, present moment of now rather, there's no such thing as time, but I'm trying to remember what chaga mushrooms are specifically used for medicinally. Like even if you eat them, okay, what they're supposed to be designed for, because I don't remember everything all the time. However,
I'm bringing it up, guys. So, but I'll.
If the chaga mushroom has a specific medicinal purpose, okay, for a specific health ailment or problem or something like that, I still would I would prefer to use the actual medicine and essence of the mushroom than actually eat the physicality of it. Because just have a look what fungus of a mushroom does to a whole tree or whole plant in nature when it takes it over. It literally takes it right over as a parasite, okay? So do you want that happening in your body? It's the same if you pour antibiotics in your body to kill infection. You're actually throwing in a whole heap of fucking mold in your body at the same time while you're killing the infection. But if you kill an infection, it's going to come back like a zombie from the grave and get worse and weaponize itself, okay? That's why you can't use the wrong frequencies to kill viruses as well, or diseases, because it comes back like a zombie from the grave. So you actually have to heal the actual toxicity. You actually have to heal it. You have to find the antigen if it's a poison to cancel it out. I think I even mentioned, if, say, for instance, you have an opioid overdose. Well, you know what the best antigen is to actually cancel that out, the frequency of the actual opioid overdose? It's actually another poison, one of the worst ones there are. But it works in this situation. It's called belladonna. Okay, it's from the deadly nightshade family. You have a little bit of that, the actual frequency of it, okay, in a homeopathic sort of dose, so you're getting the vibration of it, and it cancels the frequency out. Why? Because it is the out of phase frequency of that toxin. So if you send the out of phase frequency to the actual frequency, that's like going, okay, if it's at 525 hertz, well, that antigen frequency you're sending it is 1 over 525 hertz. And what does that equal back to? 1. There you go. It's cancelled out. It's that simple. So this is how we look at things. We want to actually find the frequency in the essence, because the essence has more power than the physicality in that sense, because that essence is the actual product from that plant. Because originally, when we had bodies, before all this sort of confused tongues nightmare that sort of genetically distorted everything, we never needed to eat anything. So the whole argument over whether you're eating meat or plants is futile. It's because that's the reality, because we used to look after nature in such a pristine way. The love that we'd put into it, okay, and dedication with everything that we do to make nature that pristine and that beautiful, well, it basically gives back in a way that we lived off its essences. So we'd keep its physicality intact and unharmed. So literally we never had to keep on growing new things all the time, and things could grow to full maturity and further. And when things get big and vast like that, and you're living off the essences. Look, you look at that Avatar movie, it gives you an idea. We did have huge forests and things like that. There was more oxygen, there was more carbon dioxide, so we were bigger too, you know, and they've just chopped everything down because they've literally put the whole spontaneous present moment of now reality, it's a timeless reality, which is both seen and unseen together. We did not come from nothing. That's more satanic bullshit as well. They just want you brainwashed to the idea that you come from nothing and you go back to nothing, so it's just one big death cult. Fuck off. The original reality all moved together, one love, one soul. So literally the whole reality, we could all groove together musically and rhythmically, harmonically together.
What do you think of this, Gauze? Here, let me bring it up here.
I-
You're just talking about
I would
ancient
say other
big
stuff.
trees and
I did.
trees and such.
I would use the essences. That would be a far wiser use, and you're actually healing more. You're doing more in the healing, using less. And the Magi are always challenging themselves, even when they're competent, to get better at what they do and not be content with mediocrity, to find a better way always of doing even more powerfully with much less. Because less is always more. That's the key to the Magi sort of attitudinal approach towards everything. So,
Speaking about loss of oxygen on the planet and large trees, this is in Arizona, I believe, and it
yes,
looks like a a rock outcrop, but there's been hypotheses that this actually was an ancient tree that has really petrified and fossilized, and a lot of evidence to suggest that this was a tree. What do you think? Do you think this was an ancient tree?
absolutely. And I'll tell you what, you have a look at, there's even a diagram been going around the net for a while. Someone put up of, what is it, the Devil's Mountain, somewhere there in America.
Hmm.
Where is it? What area is it in?
More than likely Arizona.
Yeah, okay. Now that Devil's Mountain, they've done, like, they've analysed what's going on under the ground of that mountain. And there's ancient root structures going for miles under that mountain that shows the tree. So the evidence is there, okay? And life is all microcosm, macrocosm. Nature expresses itself in shapes. But this is where we get all the symbols from, okay? And so when you look at a small tree and a small tree trunk that's cut off, and you look comparing it to a large one, well, that's just microcosm, macrocosm, you know? One's just the microcosm of the greater macrocosm. It's the same with our bodies and what we call this wrongly is space. You just look at the constituency of your body. It's mainly liquid, and there's a whole heap of interconnected, infinite sort of omni-realms or worlds, okay? The medicine worlds that I was talking about. 10 basic ones, then it extends up to 9. And then eventually gets to your whole body and whole soul, that you use all of it. That's what you get to. You start off in the center, but then you expansify to the whole body. And the whole body is also the whole soul as well. So getting back to your question, I'd like to focus on one of these particular sort of ancient sort of tree trunks that we call mountains now, that really, back in the day, they were more like hills. So there's one great example in Uga in Australia, that's the original name, that means uncultivated land or fallow land. It's a simple, basic name that tells the truth of the description of the geography of the area. And most of the Mudgeon names for places literally always told the truth and never lied like that. It just says what the area is, okay? And the shape of it and what's going on, what happens there, you know, what the energy aspect significance is, and all that sort of thing. Now, Kata Chuta, okay, it's spelt K-A-T-A and then another word T-J-U-T-A. Now, when I came across Tiller Flink, the best linguist of our time, well, he said to me, no, that should be Juta, not Juta. He said it should be a ch sound, which is CS in Romanized Mudja, okay? But in English, you'd pronounce it CH, okay? Now, He says it's Juta, and he says what it means is the mountain of the two broken tree trunks. So when he told me that 10 years ago, I knew straight away they were fucking trees. Because this man never lied. He never lied to himself either. You know, he wanted to know the truth. And that's what natural science is about. You keep on making questions and you ask the right key critical mass questions about a certain thing, and you keep on infinitely asking questions until that thing becomes evidently 100% clear. Okay? On all levels, seen and unseen. And you can prove that with natural science. But if you're basically using paradigm science that's got stupid limitations, well, you can't basically comprehend the infinite with a conditioned mind. And that's what it does. Paradigm science gives you an intellectually colonized mind. And so to all the evolutionary scientists out there, well, if you think all of evolution, like everything, all the changes that have happened during our real history is evolutionary, well, you've got an intellectually colonized mind because there has been genetic fuckery through it all. Now, through all that genetic fuckery, that can be proven too. So easy. You just look at one stage of humans where they just jump from here to here in a short period of time. Well, that goes against all evolutionary science completely. That's your proof there. Okay? But yeah, there are evolutionary changes that happen between all that fuckery as well. Sure. That's environmental, lots of different factors, okay, that shape things. Well, actually, the more you're in connection with your soul will shape your whole body, no matter how genetically distorted the material is up. Because the soul genetics is more important knowledge than just the material genetics, okay? And that's where they get everyone quagmired, looking at haplogroups and all that sort of thing. They're not even telling the whole truth in the Human Genome Project anyway. The most important information they shove to the side and just call it some genetic anomaly, and they shove it to the side away from public view. So you need to know the soul genetics, and I'll tell you why. Because when you hybrid two tribes together, say like a reptoid human hybrid tribe with an original Mudger tribe. Now, in Mudger tribes, okay, say we have the Mudger family of the 10 original tribes of Uga for the first Homo sapiens, okay, just going back to that, okay? Now, none of those tribes would hybrid together. All the men and women would basically procreate life in their own tribe. And there's a reason for it, okay? Because you don't need, when you've got a body that's designed to never physically die, you start out in a certain tribe because that tribe, okay, say if you're a blue skin, okay, the blue is associated with the water, okay? The green is associated with the plants, okay? So you're learning those aspects of nature when you're in those tribes, okay? And then when you finish learning the law, LORE, which is the record of everything, history of everything within that, the LAW is just the enforcement aspect, okay, if it's needed. But once you learn everything of that aspect of nature in the tribe, okay, you're then ready to go and learn a brand new aspect. And we had the ability to change, to literally shapeshift ourselves from a blue skin, okay, next we're going to go into a green skin. And then you go and learn that aspect. And because we're timeless and we never die, we can take all the time we need in the world to do this all thoroughly. So once you learn all aspects of the law, okay, then you're ready to become a true co-creator in the sense of you can take your significant other and go and create your own omniverse. And the children are meant to be smarter than the parents. That's the whole point without it being an object of harm. So that's how it was
nowadays too, where kids are smarter than their parents in the previous generations. Right, all over the world, people are saying my kids are so smart that are being born, almost like indigo children that are being born today.
Unfortunately, children, through the education system of the intellectual colonization of the mind, that basically detracts them away from their soul, where they're naturally still there as children, and they're just straight up instinctive and intuitive. That's why the actions of children, the innocence of children, is always the truth. because they're still there, that connected to source consciousness. They may not be able to communicate intellectually yet, like an adult. They still can hear everything going on. They can still read your body language and know what's happening. So this is the thing. So children get dumbed down through the whole school procedure and university procedure just to become happy slaves within, you know, the elite industries, okay? If you do get the right marks and you regurgitate all the rubbish they give you to say back to them in an exam, and you've got good exam technique, that doesn't make you a smart person, just because you can regurgitate stuff. Anyone can memorize and parrot stuff.
Just repeating
yeah,
what they want
you
you to repeat. And that's
yeah. But that's the thing. But even when you've got the intuitive side down, now originally we were completely instinctive, intuitive. Completely. We didn't need any thinking. That was the thinking. So this is how they've satanically inverted everything. So no one's used to working off their feel all the time. It's going to take a little while for people to get used to it, except for people who are more sort of musically and artistically inclined. They're in contact with that way of being anyway naturally. All you're doing with soul centering is allowing your brain to become conscious of what's going on down here. Because the brain doesn't want to let go of control. And it turns into a tyrant, which it can't handle how fast this gut can move. It literally doesn't have the processing power to keep up with it, nor can this actually is a sense that actually can feel what's going on. So this actually has to basically stop, listen, watch. And then, say for instance, when I'm doing a full-on ceremony or healing thing on my body, and I've literally got to move in 30 seconds. Okay? I've got to have that flexibility to be able to do that, and that freeness. You can't do that if you're stuck in your brain, and your brain wants to watch everything going on. You just have to have total trust in this, because you've got soul memory from past lives. It doesn't forget anything. So you've already got stuff you've learned. So what you can do, you can bring all your knowledge from all your lives back through your soul. Now, how good's that? You call all parts of yourself, from all your split timeline lives and all your lives before that nonsense started in 1913 that I'll eventually get to. But this is important, okay? So this soul is all-knowing. Forget about the all-shitty knowing. They say it's an all-knowing eye. How can a pineal point, okay, because that's really all it is, and the astral power of that, okay, unless you got some sort of rubbish dumps to sort of Draco back up or something like that makes you think you're an ascended master through the philosopher's scam to make you a perfect crystalline inorganic vehicle for senior Draco to walk in. But don't worry, there's no original Dracos left to walk into you anyway, but that's another story for another time. But I've still got to explain all this so people can comprehend what's been going on. So people, you know, so to become an ascended master through the whole philosopher's stone, Freemasonic thing in secret society, they've got you hook, line and sinker. So gullible. And you think that oversoul that comes into you when you're ascended master is you. Sorry, that's the senior Draco. And what it's doing is sucking 100% of your soul energy and then giving you 10% back that's supercharged, super concentrated. Well, that makes what makes you go woo, 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 like a big heroin hit. Okay, not that I know that. I've seen enough drug abuse around me. And I've had enough experience being drugged by the Illuminati for many different reasons. So I've got a lot of experience in weathering all this stuff. I don't drink alcohol, don't take heroin, don't take ice. I have cannabis because that's real medicine. That's not a drug, it's medicine. You've got 5,200 approximately endocannabinoid receptors in your whole body, more than any other system. Okay, case closed. They keep out of medicine, allopathic medicine textbooks for the most part. Now, getting back to the hybrid, okay? So we don't do that in our own tribes for the reasons why. Because once we've finished learning one aspect of nature, we then go to the other one and so on. And everyone does that until everyone knows the whole law, okay? Then, if we get a reptoid human hybrid tribe that's been deliberately created to hybrid with our tribes, to wash us out and to further genetically hybrid us, to make us more dysfunctional in a natural sense, but functional in a perverse sort of reptoid sense, to basically create a dystopian world. Well, okay, that's what they're trying to do. I'm just letting you know, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what happens is what they do when they take over our tribe, they go straight for the royal bloodlines. They kill off all the men first, and then they capture all the females, okay? So they can basically have a new skin suit with their bloodline collectors to walk into, okay, to hybrid their tribe with, okay? They'll literally just one by one go through every tribe, fuck their way through them, hybrid them, okay? They do that on the surface plus in the genetic projects, the deep underground military-based genetic projects like the Melba project, which I'll be getting into. They've been doing that through all the split timelines. And what they end up doing is that when a male from the reptoid human hybrid lines has intercourse with one of our females from the royal bloodlines and they produce children, okay, they get to take all of our genetics and everything over into their bloodline. Because it's actually the women that hold the genetics yet. And this is what the Jews know. They got this off us. Okay? I'm not saying Jews are all bad because they're satanically changing. The shepherding Jews are not a problem at all. But I'm just saying technically their strategy of how they do this. They use the Jews as a front. Okay? And so basically speaking, we get hybrided into their sort of Jewish lines. Okay? So there's a lot of munchers out there today of royal bloodlines and just tribal lines that have got a lot of their genetics as well in them, okay? Because we've been a hybrid to be dumbed down like that and manipulated and controlled when we don't have our soul information. But even with all this genetic sort of dystopia going on, once we become soul-centered, we can still use this. Not the ideal first Homo sapien bodies, but we can still do all the same energetic functions once we become self-centered and magnetically and electrically connected to my soul, okay, with all the elements of nature, so we can affect change in nature in any present moment of now when you become the moment of now. That's the real Buddha stuff, the original Buddha stuff. Well, that's how the magic happens. Now that happens through natural science. It's not a big woo-woo thing. You just make all the right alignments. You do all the work, you put it together, it happens. Seems like magic, but it's incredible. But this is the perfect reality we came from. The only original sinners are the ones that basically created this dystopia. And they dump and project that onto us and create belief systems so we feel bad about ourselves. And be God-fearing. If you're going to be God-fearing, you're actually fearing yourself. Because we all are God in a sense. We're all source consciousness batteries. And if you're not in control of your soul, the governor of your soul, they're going to be pimping your instincts to basically create their dystopia without you even realizing why you're distracted with a matrix life that just doesn't mean anything. That's how they've been doing it the whole time. So the only way to get out of this, to unplug from the matrix without having to be an emu dodging bullets, okay, like in the Matrix movie, because that's where they got it from. An emu can dodge bullets like that. Check it out on YouTube. 1932 war, Australian government, I think a West Australian, versus the emus. There's like a half-an-hour video on it. It's incredible. And guess who won? Well, the emus are still around, aren't they? They tried to get rid of them. So anyway, I was just making a bit of a joke then. So you don't even have to dodge bullets in the Matrix, to unplug from it. All you got to do, the best mind deprogrammer, is to go straight to your soul. If you try to deprogram your mind, you're never going to stop, okay? Because when you have the conscious realizations and epiphanies in your soul of the trauma-based mind control, and then you realize that we're in a fiction reality that we've all been forced to live through that should have never existed, it's much easier to get over the trauma, to say, oh, we've all been fucking had. None of this is meant to happen. This is all designed to traumatize us, to get us so scared of ourselves and scared of anything that we'll just comply to any fucking authority. fuck off. The whole game is busted. It's over. The veil's completely off. And humans get empowered. You get your self-belief, your self-confidence. That's the only way belief I reckon you should have. And I spell it B-L-E-A-F. Because when you're a leaf, if you be leaf, you can listen to what the wind whispers or howls. There's your connection to the air, all of it. That's what the four-leaf clover stuff's all about too. Connection to the air. Because what goes through the leaves is all the carbon dioxide and all the oxygen. And then there's all the other gases and everything else that's going on in the air and other places of the earth. Those essences are inherent. So back to the hybriding. So what happens? Okay, so they take all our females and they basically get a new, better genetic skin suit. And of course they want our skin suits because we're the core skin suits, the core genetics. And they keep on using us as feeder stock to keep on rehybriding all the time. And they have to have us around the core family because we're the main source batteries that go back to the original Village Chunda, the ancient souls that go back to there before human life. When we were clear fish beings. And yeah, we're physical and non-physical all at the same time. Okay? And all the colour was in our soul, in our passion, everything that we did. Don't worry, all the colour was there. Just not in the way that you see it with your 20/20 vision now. Because your eyes, they say seeing is believing, but hold it. If you don't have the consciousness to actually use your eyes properly, well, what you're seeing, how can you believe what you're seeing when you basically can't even discern what's in front of your eyes, like my voice? So if you're not seeing with your ears, you're not listening properly to my voice and what it's saying and how it's resonating, which area of my body. It tells you about whether I'm telling lies or not. I'll get into that as well. Now, the thing is that when you're listening to music or voice, well, that voice is unseen. Okay, you see the person moving and stuff like that, they're speaking, but the actual sound is unseen. And how do you detect consciously and determine what's actually going on in that unseen? You see with your ears. Okay, you don't just listen with your ears, you see with your ears. And it's the same with your eyes. You don't just use the eyes for vision. You smell with your eyes. You feel with your eyes. You listen with your eyes. So every single one of your senses, don't just use them for the one sense. Use them omnisensibly. Okay? So you can use all of the senses through every sense. Now, how much more consciously smarter are you going to be and aware of what's going on around you and the true reality of your surroundings? Are you going to literally be able to see everything that your eyes can only just visually see? No. So simple natural science again, without any sort of third eye wiggle. It just is what it is. So when a hybrid tribe that's designed to wash us out in the ways that I just described mixes, okay, we'll get out of the conquer situation of the royal lines. It's just whatever lines between the two tribes, okay? Say an original Mudger tribe mixes with a reptoid human hybrid tribe. On a soul genetics level, this is where the big diabolical stuff happens. We never get to hear about this. I haven't really heard anyone talk about soul genetics out there in the mainstream and science and stuff like that. But what happens when you mix two tribes, they're not meant to mix together like that. They're incompatible genetically and also soul-wise. And their souls are literally sliced off our souls in the first place so they can exist. That's how we've been cut down to size and diminuted for so long, because they keep on splitting our souls. It's like the original souls of the original mother and the original father. That's where all the souls go back to, ishting each other. And those two souls have been cut down so much. It's like, how many more times can you put sludge inside a meat mincer? basically slice up reality and have little game show pieces so these illuminated idiots can get on the next dog race in their progress program stall to fight with each other to win the next sort of split timeline race. Which one's going to win? They bet money on it. This is how messed up they are. Okay? And they're playing with us. They're playing us like a video game the whole fucking time. It just is what it is. So when basically two people come together in tribes like that are not meant to meet on a soul level, guess what starts happening? You think those souls stay in the same bloodlines? Okay, it's complicated. Some souls stay in the bloodlines of the tribe that they come from. Some souls end up splitting into the other bloodline. Okay, and they end up in a bloodline that's not from their original bloodline. Okay, and so say that bloodline there then get hybrids with another tribe, and then it happens again. And this has been their whole plan to de-identify us and to get us lost. And I come across true ancient Mudger souls in every single race, skin colour around today. Why? Because I can read their energy straight up. I feel it straight away. I look into their eyes, I feel them here, I feel them out, and I go, I know this person from somewhere. I recognise them. I recognise their energy, their smell, the way they feel. So this is the thing. This is where we're all at now. This is why we can't be racist idiots and fall for the divide and conquer thing, because original souls can pop up anywhere, even in the hybrid tribes. Okay. I recently came across a true family member in these Italian tribes, so far removed from home. And yet this guy looks like his eye colours as well. He's got eyes that go blue, green all the time, same as me. I'm just going, man, this guy's tribe with Dan. How the fuck did he end up over there? But he did. And he's been gaslighted in that family because there's no other souls in his family like him. Even though his same flesh and blood family that he was born into, sorry, that's not his original tribe. So he gets gaslighted. And he's so far away from home. And this is what the Khazars did through the Hyksos, through the creation of the CCR5 genetic, that basically gave them immunity to all of their biological, genocidal mass weapons of destruction. So he made them immune to smallpox, bubonic black plague, hepatitis C, any form of sort of AIDS, okay, that shuts down the immune system. And the list goes on and on and on and on. And how did they do it? They ritualised every single one of our Mudger tribal genetics in homosexual sex rituals to do so. This is how sick their deep occult science get. And it was done by the top Yesu. Okay, IESU. And they are the top homosexual priests of the Melchizedek priest order. Okay, in one of
say that again. Say that again. I just want to make sure I heard what I heard.
You did hear what you heard. Okay, this is a bombshell for a lot of people. And everyone in the north, to the UK, you've all been conned. All your Masons, all your people, true believers in the tribe of Dan, everything like that. This information hasn't been available. It's in the language in some of your places. It's the Mudger language. I can show you examples of the Mudger language in London, Edinburgh, all over the UK. And that's proof that the language was there and the culture was there before, and they haven't been able to rub that all out. Where they can rub out the history documents, but they can't rub out the language everywhere completely. That's why linguistics are so important, because they spill crumbs on the table linguistically everywhere that you can trace the real history and timelines. You can't with standard sort of academic sort of third-party analysis of history. So you did hear right. The top Melchizedek priests were called the Yesu, IESU. Now that's really similar to another word, Jesus. Now in classical Greek confused tongues language, that was basically, that emanated from Etruscan, which is a dialect of Mudger language, which is the same as Welsh language, Lasdian, which is in the Aegean, Asia Minor, sort of Turkey sort of areas, when Mudgers were there as well. Syrian, it's been found in America too. That's a Sumerian language, the Qumran, the Welsh. That's a Mudger tribe as well, Scythian tribe, Celtic tribe, there's lots of different names that have been coined. Okay, so this is the thing. And unfortunately in the UK, the English were the first to be colonised. That's why they became the problems for the rest of them. They got colonised what? The Romans, then their German cousins, then Vikings, then Normans that had Khazars in them as well. And then you had the whole, long before that, you had the Hyksos in the Bible. Now the Khazars basically try and say that they just sprung out of nowhere as land pirates in the first 10 centuries AD, okay? That's a whole heap of shit. They cover up their tracks really well. Their lineage goes all the way back to what we know, roughly speaking, is around 9000 BC when they crashed here in a moon that was converted into a spaceship of Tiamat called Lilith or Malona. And then Lilith's egg smashed into Arizona Canyon, and all the black goo and all this other stuff and moldavite and whatever. And they've been a blight here ever since. Why? Because the second Homo sapiens after the biblical flood didn't quite do the job to basically wipe out the Mudgers and hybrid with them. So they had to bring in the heavy backup from there to basically do the job again with Homo sapien Mark II after the flood that happened in approximately 10,800 BC when they basically fired an iron comet into Mount Meru in Hyperborea. It's now Greenland today. It's all iced over. It's covering a whole heap of stuff there. And that caused a pole shift. The pole was in Yukon at the time. A whole heap of ice basically melted there, went up to the Arctic. Sea levels rose 100 metres. They've never gone completely back down again. Okay? And they also sent in another comet around the Sahara area as well. And that's what caused the last portion of Mu to sink as well. That had a whole heap of Mudgers and Huns that basically went into China after that before the Chinese. Because that's where the Chinese medicine all comes from, the Huns. It's not theirs. They try to hide the fact that the Huns were there before them. They took over. Because the Chinese actually came over with the Khazars and the Hebrews from Tiamat. So when they started doing the hybrid with these current cartoon skin suits we're in at the moment, the second Homo sapiens Mark II, well, they did some real diabolical stuff to this. Because the whole problem with the pineal, it's been sort of genetically altered and manipulated in such a bad way from where it originally was on our bodies as first Homo sapiens. Since first Homo sapiens, that pineal is a very high frequency antenna transmitter, okay? Radar. It picks up the sounds of like the golden whistler. It's the first bird that sings the morning song here in Australia. The sun was meant to come up from the east, but it's still having problems at the moment. It's going through adjustment. And that bird has got, it's called a tick bird because it's got a tapping sound like a woodpecker, something like that. Okay, it's rather Morse code like. So that actual pineal, pine cone thing, because I've got a couple up here. Yeah, I've got a little bit of a ceremony item here. There's one there. Okay, which is very much like it. That I use as a microcosm sort of thing for doing ceremony and magic. My whole house is like light because I can. Now that pineal, it's like, that's meant to be here on top of our heads. That's where it used to be. It makes sense now. Now, what happens when you put a high frequency transmitter inside your fucking head where it's not meant to be there? to basically operate as a two-stroke lawnmower projector engine, okay, with your third eye being the Hollywood movie screen to create a fake astral of space and planets.
Interesting. You mentioned that. What do you think about the 5G towers on how they're affecting our brain and consciousness, and even our connection to the ether?
Well, I've got a bit to say about this. They didn't even need 5G to affect our consciousness and all the rest of it in the ether and stuff like that. They've already been sucking out all the orgone from the environment, let alone in us, okay, by using 0 point death technology. 0 point, no frequency, death. When someone dies, what does it say on the blip meter in the hospital? What does it do? Flat lines at 0. That's how they measure it anyway. And people think, oh, 0 point energy. Oh, yeah. Look at it first. Analyze the system before you decide to use it. You've got to be a system analyst. That's what I do. I look at the whole system, the whole architecture, structure of anything before I decide it's valid to use. If it checks out, great. All the fundamental principles are correct. All the roots are in place. The fine root fibers at the ends are all good as well. Because those essences are more powerful and subtle than people realise. Okay, then you can go ahead and use something. Because you know that whatever you create with that, it's got foundations, that whatever you create on top of it, it's going to last forever. That's why it's so important to get fundamental root principles. And then once you've got that, use your own unique flavour in your own way to develop it further in the way that you do. Because everyone's unique. But we've all got to have the same fundamental foundation principles, the roots. That's why roots frequencies are the highest frequencies, because if you don't get that one right, everything goes to shit. But it's actually down below. So what's this higher, lower sort of stuff? Let's talk about, okay, core frequency, people, because core covers all of it. So that doesn't put a discrimination between what's higher and lower either in a class sense. It gets rid of all that polarity as well. So getting back to this, so you've got this pineal that's in here. That's why we've got such a noisy fucking mind. It's just thinking all the time, that they're trying to do so much stuff to program us through the reptilian brainstem back here. That's where they do all the voice to skull terrorism through people, okay?
I spoke about that. I spoke about that in the presentation I did recently, a few days ago, called Layers of Consciousness, and the Om Mantra workshop. And within that, I was speaking about the very same thing about the noise in your head. And during meditation, allow that noise to come in and let it pass through. Don't fight it, because the more you fight it, the more energy it will hold over you. So just let it come in and let it go.
Well, when I was talking about doing mind programming, when you have that epiphanal conscious realizations at the very depth, at the turning point of the bowels of your consciousness, and you have that big epiphanal thing, and then, you just release all that rubbish. And you realize, I've been worrying about nothing. Now I get it. All that mind programming, gone. That's the best deprogram. Now, to get rid of that noise, to get back to that, what I found was the easiest way to do that. And this is what the Buddhists and also Hindus, all people have been struggling with this for ages. And the passionate people focus on they go up to the Blue Mountains here and focus on this, okay, their awareness on this for 10 days. It drives most people crazy. Guess what? They got the right idea, wrong part of the body. Should be focusing on this for fucking 10 days before you go anywhere else. It's going to send you crazy up here in your head.
Yeah, centering, I spoke about that as well. When you're arming, let's say, right, instead of from the throat, allow it to come from your center, right? So you're centering, and then you have that energy coming from your center that's going to tune your chakra system.
Exactly. Now, the thing is that, so the best way to shut up the mind is to focus on the feel of your gut. And the more you focus on feel, all of a sudden you're so focused on feel, you've literally shut off all thinking, because this is all that matters. And if you hold on to the rhythm, okay, when you're doing healing in your body and you're moving things around, moving tone, if you totally focus on just that present moment of now and focus on that and that feel, okay, you're going to have no time to think because you're so present in the moment of now. So it's when you shut off all that thinking, okay, and you become that present in the moment of now, that you become the moment of now, that's the big breakthrough point. So my advice to people, the best way to stop thinking is to focus on something, on yourself. Send music, hum it first, do it internal. Like when I do ceremony, I warm up for 2-3 hours doing all the tonal stuff, all internal inside my body, so I can listen to nature's harmonic rhythm more and the birds and whatever's going on outside. Even with the fridge hums and the noisy fan on the heater, I tune all of that as well. So those frequencies, those electrical items that are not grounded properly, generally speaking, that come through the electricity, okay, I ground them with me. So because I'm connected to the elements, I can tune that frequency of that heater and that road drill outside. I've had people workmen outside for weeks, and they've done this many, many times.
Are they still there?
They've just moved on, because what I started doing was I was tuning all the grinders and all the drills and everything, so the workers could be happier, so they're not going fucking deaf and tinnitus more. The animals around here, and birds and stuff, are not getting abrasive.
Mm-hmm.
So the sick neighbours in the housing commission area that I live in, okay? And the thing is that once you do that, all of a sudden the workers are starting to have more of a good time and they're grooving. And what I'm doing, I'm giving a groove to those machines, the way that they're vibrating. It's actually a nature frequency. And why I'm doing that with my hands is this is how you create dimensional stuff. Why be in stereo when you can be omni? You could literally have all life and sound coming through you in all directions on all levels. An ether, phosphorus, light egg level as well. You can flange, move, do stuff around. You can multi-track and sequence with your soul once you get right into this. And after 3 hours of doing it all internally like this, I start humming it. And then I'll hum it for an hour or two after that, and then I'll just break out into full voice. And you can be going for days, weeks. You're so deep into the zone of the present now that you are the present moment of now. You're all of everything, because you are everything. And so when you are that drop of water, and you think, oh, I'm just a drop of water. No, you're the whole ocean already. So feel the whole ocean. Yeah, focus on the whole.
One becomes the whole becomes the one.
Yeah, connect your soul energy, your magnetic soul energy, and your spirit electrical energy combined, because that's the nature of spirit. It's electrical. It's more of a secondary stage energy, okay? Mm-hmm. And not all sort of secondary elements are good elements. A lot of them are toxic, because these idiots have been wanting to create toxic elements. That's the whole thing about the occult periodic table of elements from 1933. You can even see it on Wikipedia. It even says back then, oh, elements still to be found. Hold it, elements still to be found? You know the names of them already? What does that fucking tell you? What their fucking attitude is towards this? They already know. They've already worked out the alchemical equations of new elements they want by fusing more toxic inorganic elements together to create even more horrible sort of inorganic elements. This is what they've been doing with the split timelines and all the disasters and parts of the earth that end up melding with each other in the wrong way, but it creates all these new sort of elements and things like that that are not even meant to exist. Oh, I'll get into that more, because once I go there, it gets epic.
Before we jump into that, Gauze, I want to address one more question from
Sure.
our previous screen.
One thing I wanted to say about the magnetic stuff and the electrical stuff. Well, if you're putting lots of sulfates from non-hybrid plants or getting it directly from nature in a clean way, okay, and you're getting the phosphates as well, okay, you're getting magnetic communication from nature from the magnetic sulfates, and you're getting electrical information from nature, from spirit in nature. Okay? And you need both. And your spirit are aspects of your soul tokens in the sense of all the different animals that have the same characteristics in you, because you are a combination of all those animals as well as what you are in your experience
Yeah,
and whatever
exactly.
you live through and hide through. So that's important, because those animals are very important. They're a part of you. So if you mistreat animals, you're an idiot. You're mistreating yourself.
Yeah, I'm, I agree with
Sorry.
that 100%. And in fact, what I'm going to be doing here in the next couple of weeks is I'm going to be leading some guided meditations, but this is animal meditation, I call it, where we go into a meditative state and then we transform ourselves into the first animal that comes to your mind, and we merge ourselves with that animal so that we can harness its energy and recycle our energy so that we can get that pure energy within us and release that negative energy that we've been hanging on to, that negative human energy, and replace it with the animal energy, right? So that's a very interesting technique I found, and it's helped me a great deal.
Yeah, that's really good that you mentioned that, because that allows me to explain now what you've just hit upon, the difference between a shaman and a magi, okay? Because a shaman...
Before you do that, Gauze, I want to just really quickly address this question because we just finished addressing the last question. And
okay, just
this
remember
is
that point after this, because that was ideal to basic. Well, I'll just quickly say, it'll take one sentence. A shaman uses those animal soul spirit totems through the animals to do stuff, okay? That's fine if they make an agreement with the animal, it's all good, but not doing them harm or anything like that. But a magi can directly connect to the elements to get work done and not have to use the actual animal itself. We can use the animal, and sometimes do, when we have a congruent sort of relationship with our animals, okay, as we normally do when things are back to the perfect reality. But however, a magi can actually connect directly to something in order to make change or sort out a situation and stuff like that without having to use the actual animal, okay? We can actually tap into the elements that those animals come from as well. It's in us too to do the same work, okay? So that's an example of the difference. So please go ahead with your question. Thanks, Omar. Cheers.
Okay, so this question is from our previous stream that we did about a week and a half ago, before YouTube decided to give me a strike. And this is from Genevieve. This is the time. Remember when I brought up the idea of using pot marijuana in meditations and healing and relaxing kind of deal. So this question derives from there. Genevieve said, "Thank you so much for this. What do you think of people who do not react well to cannabis? I've always found it extremely centering and healing, and I'm curious, somewhat suspicious, of those who are scared of it."
Okay, I can explain that really well, and that's a great question. Actually, great question, because before anything, and I remember talking 10 years ago to this psychology student at the time, and she was going along with the standard indoctrinated thing, and she said, "Oh, if you smoke pot, it changes your whole way you think and everything like that." And I said, "No, it fucking doesn't." I said, "Is that the shit that they're fucking teaching you there now? Okay, let me give you a lesson in basic psychology and how it works. When you take what they call any drug, okay, all it does, this isn't even a drug, this actually gets you centered, okay? You've got the right strain, naturally centered so easily like that. That's why they don't want people using. It's a best deprogram in that sense, because it connects you with your soul and you have epiphanies from there. So it makes things easier there. So you're not just dealing with there for the problem, because if you're dealing with the problem on the same level that exists, you're never going to deal with it. So you've got to go to the level before it. Much easier in order to find the solution. So basically speaking, I'm saying to this psychology student, I'm saying, look, it's the mind pattern, the attitude, the programming, whatever, that comes first. Okay? So if that person is already in denial of their soul and themselves, okay, they don't like looking at themselves, well, pot is going to be the worst drug ever for you. And that's what makes people go crazy on pot or paranoid, because they're not ready for it. They're not ready to face their soul, because they've got this intellectual colonized programming and ego that turns the brain into a tyrant that thinks it's know best and doesn't listen to the timeless wisdom of the soul. That's what happens there. They're those sort of people that don't react well to cannabis, okay? They're the big reptoids, okay? They don't like it. They prefer snorting cocaine and drinking alcohol and taking ice. So they prefer being stuck up in here, you know? They prefer the devil they know, in the sense of it's all they know. Because it's been so long that they visited down here, maybe that person for a few lifetimes has been like that. Who knows? There's so many different varied situations here, you know, in this dysfunctional world that's been created by all this Kabbalah nonsense. But that's the main difference, okay? But for someone who is already open, who wants to expansify and know the whole of himself, herself, okay, and how that further expansifies and connects with all the elements, it's beautiful. Look, I've had a bit of a smoke so far. Do I sound like I'm... No.
I'm the same way.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, not only that, I've been pumped full of so many of their fucking wrong drugs through the manor, you know, in Mossman here, you know, Round Table Illuminati headquarters, you know, just here in Sydney. In my early years there, my goodness, they pumped so many drugs into me in that place. It's like there's not many drugs I can't handle now. Now, did I ask for that? No. I had to live through it and work out a way to get through it. You can. If I can do it, anyone else can. Yeah, and I worked out how to heal all my trauma, because when you do soul-centered regression to revisit a trauma event, a destroyed experience, that first psychological destroyed experience, psychological imprint, they call them samskaras in the Vedic sort of third eye stuff. Okay.
I talked about that in depth, the sanskaras, a couple of days ago. Bro, you're mentioning everything I talked about just a couple of days ago. It's almost like we're centered together. It's amazing.
It's beautiful. It's good, because all I'm doing is giving the missing link, the soul information, the roots grounding information for all of these modalities that can then work functionally, okay? We're earth grounding them. We're soul centering, soul anchoring them, okay? So when you basically deal with that, when you have a regression, see, in third eye meditation, what they do, they get the third eye to connect with everything. So this is the center of everything, okay? They get the third eye to connect with the gut, this and that, everything like that, okay? Do it from here first. Just change the polarity of the energetics. Just rewire it all. Start from here first. Let this be the last in the chain. Let this be the one that's got to sit back, chill out, and observe everything else for a while. See how this operates. This is the main brain. And look, even if you don't have a healthy gut, you know, healthy gut, healthy mind. Put crap into your gut, you're going to have mental illness straight away. Why is that? This is the main brain. And they've satanically inverted everything. That's all. They've just conned everyone and fooled everyone. Now you know, okay, whatever.
How would you utilize, like, you know, you're talking about the third eye, you know, how, and during meditation, how would we utilize our center, third eye, and the fish eye?
I'll get to that. That's a good question. I'll just finish off this.
Okay.
How you take emotional charge out of those initial samskaras. Okay? You've got to revisit the event. Now, when you revisit the event, you'll essentially feel everything that happened in the event. Okay? Like, say, for instance, when I sort of regressed 10 years ago, whatever it was, I always kept on having this. My soul kept on remembering all of these memories of childhood. I get flashbacks all the time. And it was like my soul keeping a bookmark saying, you have to look at this, you have to look at this. And I had this one image of my mother in the back garden, this top professor, Anthony Gustav de Rothschild, but he was under a different synonym name there. They hide themselves well all the time. And they were having an intense conversation in the backyard grounds of the manor. And then one day I went, I've got to get to the bottom of why my body's starting to do all this weird stuff for years. It's all connected with these rituals when I was younger and everything. Where did it all start? And then all of a sudden I got that memory. My soul flashed it back up to me and said, dude, look at this. It's about time you looked at it. I'm going, okay, it's time to regress it. So I basically got this woman who was very good at tracing and remote viewing. Tracing is the way that she technically described it. She could actually go down whole timelines and stuff. So I thought, okay, I'm going to put her abilities to use. Okay, you haven't done regression before, but I'm going to tell you exactly what to do here. I want you to be the connector for me, the client in the regression, and I want you to basically hold the centered space with me while I do it. And then I want you to follow the regression. And if I get stuck, I want you to give me a little hint to go, okay, when you get stuck, sometimes you get stuck in a regression thinking, okay, where do I go next? I've just come to a dead spot for whatever reason, okay? And then that connector will go, without telling you the key critical mass thing that you got to remember, even if they can see it ahead, if they're a very skilled sort of person, they have to give you a clue without giving the obvious away. And so they say, okay, you see that fence post up there? Maybe sort of have a sniff about there. And that's going to lead you to where you got to go next in the actual memory. So that's what a very skilled connector does. Guides the person, but never tells them what's really going to happen, okay, until they have the big watershed moment where the whole memory of the whole situation and much more comes crashing through like a dam busting. And you always have one of those moments when you're having a regression like that, when you're literally opening up a memory, a fragment of a memory, which you can do it. And once you build up and you trace it all back, you haven't got any fear by looking at it, because you get the courage by facing it. And then you realize, hey, this is all me. This has happened in the past already. I'm just having a video replay. Okay? Now, to know it's a real video replay, when something happens to you, you feel it first. So in this case, further down the regression, this professor ended up sticking a needle straight into my fucking neck. Nice guy. Not. Now, before I saw that visually through my fisheye at the time, that I thought at the time just was the upper astral, because you can actually see the fisheye stuff. You can actually project it on the top of your forehead if you want. There's many things that you can do once you clear up the room in this head and reorganize things. Because feeling your whole head is more important than thinking with your whole head. I'll just say that for now. Use thinking as a last processing sort of thing to work stuff out after you know the main core thing that's going on. For details, intricate stuff, yeah, mine's okay. That's what it's for. And the processing while we still have it, you know. You can always find a positive, proactive use of anything. So then, when you have that big aha moment, okay, and you see it for what it happens, okay, and you know it's a real regression because you felt what happened to you first before you actually saw it. Because you have to feel with your gut in order to see with the fisheye, okay? That's how it works. It's the only way it works. So the only way you're going to operate that fisheye while still using the 7 chakra system, which is an overlay on the original medicine wheel system, but we'll get to that, because you can end up using both. Why not? Especially when we're doing a transition from going from an old incorrect way of doing things back to the original ways. Because once you know how to center, you can use all of it. But eventually you get to the point that you go, I don't really want to use this 7 chakra stuff anymore. once I know the real stuff, because I don't want to put my soul energy towards crap that's going on in the fake astral, separated by black minds that separate the colours into dimensions. Dimensions indicate separation, and that's how they separate all that. Where in the real fisheye astral of liquid and interconnected worlds, or infinite, okay, there are no clear-cut definitions between all the different omni-realms, okay? I call them omni-realms. I call them realms in particular because realms interconnect with each other. Dimensions don't. And that's how it is in the real astral. Everything's interconnected and they merge beautifully, each realm with each other. So there's nothing obfuscated. Everything, you can get to everything perfectly. So that's the difference going on there. So while you still, it makes sense. Keep using the 7 chakra system while you're familiar with it, especially advanced people, and practice your centering, just grounding the 7 chakra system like that. Then move on to the medicine wells, which I'll get to, okay? The existing medicine wells, where there are 10 main ones. And the 3 that are missing, they're all in pretty much the same areas, but there's more, okay? And the most important ones are the ones that hold your whole body up, okay? The soles of your feet. They're your first 2 medicine wells. And people know just from, what is it, not podiatry, but the foot exercise, and you see the foot diagrams, how, yeah, those medicine wells are connected to your whole body and all your organs, okay? Just the same as the medicine well here, just the same as the one behind your neck, just as the same as the ones under your armpits. Then you've got a medicine well here, extends to under your chin. Then you've got something going on in your face here, your lips, and the whole face. What's going on with the lips is incredible in the sense of when you use your double mudra, the dorje, okay, that's what the dorje is basically modelled off, this. And your ganta is your belly. So that's technology designed off the human body, okay, for all you Buddhists out there. So you've got your dorje, you put up to your mouth, you're using it as an instrument, stuff like that. When you're using the sung language, you can actually use this like a wah or a flanger, like on a guitar or something, and actually use the sound. Now, I have to warm up a bit to do it really well, but it's sort of like this. Okay, that's the old sung language in its most basic form. The Yetis still know how to talk that, the Sasquatches. We had to come through them once in order to save ourselves. Anyway, I'll get onto that another time. That goes right back beyond all the split timelines, and that's all the history that's mainly all blanked out. But Michael Tessarian's got some interesting stuff there that's actually of that sort of history before. How it sort of folds into the more sort of modern ancient times, so that's more confusing because that's where most of the fuckery has happened. There's a whole history before 1913 of a different timeline before that. It's got nothing to do with all the timelines through the split timelines after that. I'm not ready to go there yet because it's too epic. But we actually did manage to heal all of them before then, except for one little group of cat mutants that spent 1,500 years plotting to take back over. And when they took back over, they hit hard, they had time travel, they had clones, everything ready to go. And that's how they took us over, by sending in clones to replace our partners, our family. And then these clones would basically sabotage everything. And this is how they do divide and conquer from within. And they've done this all throughout the history in these split timelines and the ancient periods that they've gone back to retroactively change and put their dumb scripts in, like the Anunnaki shit. And a lot of other stuff. So it's a fiction reality recreation. So they can basically win and have a new doctrine of history and take things over from the original core of the real origins of humanity and everything else that came before it. Okay? And you're all part of it in your soul. You are Majja in your soul, whether you know it or not. Because that soul comes from source. It's unbreakable. It's indestructible. It goes all the way back to the original mother and the original father, Ishtan and Chaba. And that's it. We've all been split and cut down and diminuted, put through a mince grinder. And the whole thing is time and space. Linear and cyclical time and space is a fiction construct. It's in the original here and now reality. It's just simply now. There was no past. There was no future. Why? Because it was all now. You could do anything. It was eternal, which is a better word than infinite. And what they did after the first trauma happened in Vilagtanga that literally caused a tear, okay, in the fabric of our whole reality, both physical and non-physical. Well, they took advantage of that tear and chopped it all up into linear and cyclical time. They chopped us and nature up into game show pieces to be gambled with in a game of death so they can have some fun. We say new, the top ones. We don't really die. When we die, we just hop into another body and continue on again. But for everyone else, we think, oh no, we're going to die and we don't know whether we're going to come back. And when we come into a new life, they've worked out how to reprogram us and everything through astral purgatory of heaven and hell, where firstborns actually go back to the sun. Okay, and there's two aspects of source you can go to. It's the father aspect down there, the inner sun, and the mother aspect up there. It's not the father up there. It's a mother. It's a mother that lights up. It's a woman that when she actually has an orgasm, she lights up the world. She gives out all that radiance, all that light. Okay, the father's down there at the roots. It's got to ignite the flame. Now, this is simple natural science. We're all adults here. It's not like, it's not taboo. They want it to be taboo so they get a kink and pervert sort of kick out of it. It just is what it is. Don't have to be emotional and cheesy and sappy about all that.
They really have demonized sex, eh? When we, when we look at it, they've just simply, demonized it. Like last time you were talking about self-pleasure or masturbating as to how they've demonized that as well. And, not really explaining the energy that's created when an orgasm is happening, and especially even when you're involved in sex with a person and the moaning that's going on, that's another layer or a sub-layer of a frequency, because there's hormones and stuff that are being released that benefit both parties. And then when the child is made during that conception with that high energy, that child is going to be a lot more sacred. Because remember when I was talking about rape babies compared to babies that are being born through lovemaking and through that exchange of energy and the vibration?
Well, that's the thing. Like, you can imagine, okay, the original mother and the original father before they decided to have children, and they were creating the whole universe, right? They're making love all the time. Okay? And through them connecting their bodies with all the elements, okay, and drawing in the foreplay and everything, all the aspects for life to actually occur and happen, okay? Well, that's the real sex magic, so to speak, okay? It's probably our most powerful form of manifestation we have, but we've got to be centered to do it. Because if you're centered with fire engine red unnatural color on your genitals, okay, that is just so stupid. That's all done so basically they can hack into you and put etheric implants in you through their sex rituals that they have with the reptoids and the crackers, all that sort of nonsense. Programming you for life, especially when they memory wipe you after those rituals as a child. They've got your mind controlled for life until you manage to remember something and break programming, which most of them don't. That's what happened in the rituals I was involved with in the 70s. The biggest rituals in Illuminati history that programmed all the children that are running the world now, whether in political positions, entertainment positions, sport positions, controlled opposition, in the freedom movement. I'm not joking. And a lot of these people, in their normal sense, are actually good people, and they don't know how they're being played. Okay? And they use all of these controlled opposition people who leak significant truth all the time in different places. So you've got to be looking at all of them to see whether it's syncing with your own work. And then you eventually get to the point, oh, but I've moved past all this fucking nonsense. Why? Because I've looked at this for 34 fucking years.
That really is the key, Gauze, that, majority of the population out there has no idea how they're being programmed and
Yes.
how,
Yeah.
The technology that we find so convenient is really being used against us on a daily basis. And the unfortunate part is that, majority of the population are just not catching on to this reprogramming that they're trying to program us with. And we just carry on like, business as usual. But there's very few select people, like the ones that we have in our audience that are listening to us, and our other members that,
Absolutely.
follow us.
Absolutely.
They're aware of this programming and how it's taking place, and they're actively battling and that, that aspect of this layer of consciousness that they're trying to hijack from us. So, my question is that how do we, make the people who are not aware of this understand that they're being programmed? Because when we say that, hey, you're being programmed and, you need to be careful, people look at that as more on a pseudoscience level than, than taking it seriously. Like we were talking about 5G earlier,
it's very easy to actually discern that to people who think it's a pseudoscience and this, that, and the other, and they just basically want to maintain their status quo because they're getting rewarded because they did all the hard work to be a happy slave, and I've got all the material things I have, but really deep down they're not happy. Because material things don't make you happy; they make your life a little bit more comfortable. But there's only so much sort of self-adulation you can get into before it just becomes so hollow and empty that it's like, well, this is all rather meaningless, really. Why? Because unless you love with your soul what you take, there's no fucking meaning.
Yeah.
That's it. It's just how it works. And when I say love, I'm not talking about emotional sloppy love. It's the fact that when you're a really patient person, that's what genius is. You've got the patience to sift through whatever it takes. Breadcrumbs spilled on the table. We're lining the facts with the linguistic stuff to show, this is the history, right? It's been rubbed out. That's all genius is. It's having the patience and the determination and the focus to look at something and keep on questioning until something becomes clearly 100% evident. That's all it is. Just good, thorough investigation work. And so when you're explaining to people, okay, this mind control, well, I'll say, well, when I came across mind control in regard to deprogramming myself and what I went through, I spent about 3-4 years focusing on it. That's a whole university degree. And I searched people out who had the best technical information on it. That's real, because this is what these people are doing. They've got it down to mind controlling people through a silent sound spectrum means, okay? It's electronic, psychotronic. It's all done invisibly from the shadows, so to speak, okay? And this technology is real. You can look it up as well. For all people that's, as soon as a psychiatrist hears you on Voice to Skull, I'll straight up, he's got the pharmaceutical checklist of symptoms. Oh, no such thing. Because we're gatekeepers and secretly, I'm a Kabbalah sorcerer too, but in straight life, I'm a two-faced cunt psychiatrist. It's basically giving eugenics drugs to people to shut them down in their brain when the trauma is actually occurring in the body and got nothing to do with the fucking brain, okay? Now, a lot of these psychiatrists who are sorcerers, they're great alchemists, okay? And they know how to hook up sorcery with the actual drug types that they're giving to their patients and to use those patients as portals and mind control people, okay? Now, with the Voice to Skull stuff, Okay. You just have to go and look on a military website, or when they spruik it, when they basically can do radio contact with soldiers that are in war. That's voice to skull as well. So it's okay to use it in war, for the business of war, but when someone says that they're being attacked by the CIA or Mossad or MI6, the Luciferian police, the Illuminati and the governments, and they're meant to be protecting us, not the terrorists terrorizing us. Well, they've all got set up. So if you go to the police and say, okay, I'm getting voice to skull, and you give them all the technical information, stuff like that, they've already got it prepared, because there's enough Masons in the police force, Freemasons, to go, okay, this is what we do. Send him straight to the psychiatric ward. We know how to cover this. They've got already the cover-up program right there. There's plenty of people who've been under voice to skull, and the people under voice to skull are core frequency people. Yeah, all of that you see on the screen. It's all connected. They have got a major, major technological army out there in private industry, okay? Elite private industry. Some of this stuff, it literally just does not officially exist. It's like how in Australia, there's meant to be nothing above the SAS class, like in the army. Bullshit. They have the RDF. It's called the Rapid Deployment Force. And they don't, and that doesn't officially exist. You say that to an army military person, I say, don't ever say that again. For the ones that know anyway. Okay, why? Because this Rapid Deployment Force are the cream of the crop of the SAS around the world, from Israel, from Australia to America, all of the war industry. And when a certain psyop war situation goes wrong in the script that they've planned, so let's face it, all the munition companies are selling to all the sides of war. What does that tell you? Go and look at any of them. There's so many of them online. I'm not going to go into all the names. It's all out there. I'm not here to talk about that rubbish anyway. I'm just bringing this up as an example of this is how deep this mind control stuff is. It's military technology that's merged with private industry. And it's light years ahead of the drip feed mainstream you get to basically buy commercial technology with. As I think I said in the other program, they had iPhones and iPads back in the 60s. And junk technology from 50, 60 years ago. They had the Malda genetic project happening, it was up and running by the 20s, but they had clones happening in other places before that. But that's how they established Malda around then. They had time travel in 1913. This is how light years ahead. And I do explain this to people.
Yeah, that's actually very true. You mentioned that, and I've been trying to rack my brain on it. And there is a number of videos out there that talk about time travel going back to the 1913s and the early 1900s. And one particularly, the video is about Baron Trump, Donald Trump's son, that supposedly has traveled back in time along with his wife Melania, I believe her name is. I'll try to pull it up and show.
Yeah, well, it seems that the Biff, the whole Biff family in Back to the Future is all about the Trumps, isn't it? That's how they made the fortune. They went back into time, stole the manual for all the, the football games, and won it all on gambling. I just find that so funny.
Yeah, that's pretty true. Actually, I'm just when you were mentioning that, I fucking had a flashback.
Well, it's basically these moving munted idiots are not smart enough to come up with an original idea from their own imagination from the core. Okay, they have to steal our history and the most out there history to base it on, and then they get a director like George Lucas or or Spielberg or whatever. They go, okay, it's got to have this in it. This is what you must do. The rest, do what you fucking want. Have fun. Go for gold, son. And that is the formula for everything they fucking do. Non-fiction and fiction. Get some truth carrots in there to get people's guts interested. Going, oh, that resonates as truth. Don't know why, but it resonates as truth. Yeah, it's your gut telling you the truth because it knows it's the only thing that will tell you the truth. But however, then they pipe you to be lemmings to go soul blinded and be off the cliff, okay, with all the brain stuff and the fear stuff that keeps you in your brain, the God-fearing stuff. No. Fear God, you fear yourself. Okay, you can say we're all gods, but as I've said before, we're not gods and goddesses. That's all Draco speak, because that requires ego. Because gods want worship all the time. Fuck that shit off. We're all equal. We're all equally important. We don't need any self-adulation. That's why we don't need worship. We don't need to worship icons, because that's just an energy harvesting trap. An easy one, especially when we're soul blind. So when you become soul-centered again, no one can manipulate you or fuck you over. And also at the same time, because you're experiencing source consciousness itself, the music of life and everything, you got no reason to go, oh, I'm all this, I'm all that, blah, blah, blah. You're chilled out. You know what reality is. So it's easy to be humble in that sense. But sometimes when we're going through crap in the world like it is at the moment, where we've been at extinction, they've pushed the edge of reality, the omniverse, so hard, to the point we've been at a critical stage for the last few years of like, we could be in mass extinction. And they're so in denial of their souls and so like full of insolent pride that they'll just keep on going until it's all run into the ground. They never submit. So we're dealing with an uncontrollable sort of terminally mad idiot. And that's what endocrine disruption, when it's fully blown, does to people. And that should be a mental illnesses as well. Do psychiatrists, do people for endocrine disruption? No, it's promoted in society, for fuck's sake. Anyway, that's just, it is what it is. So at times like this, I sometimes have to be a bit more assertive. And I get fucking pissed off because I'm tired of cleaning up the environment after all their mess. Because that's what I do most of the time, clean up their mess. When I go into the third eye, you know what I do there? I take all the spins out of all the vortexes and the wormholes and all the spirals. Why? Because spirals are not meant to be spun clockwise or anti-clockwise. Spin is not natural. It's another sort of artificial construct, okay? And when you've got spin like that, that's when you've got bipolarity. So what I do, I literally go through all of that and I clean up all the wormhole damage, because when you create so much wormhole damage, especially with the dirty, if you're using the Tesla 369 stuff and it's not grounded, that's going to create wormholes everywhere and destroy the fabric of the omniverse even more. So I'm cleaning up all that stuff, taking all the spin out of the wormholes, okay, fixing up the fabric, just by simply going through with seed pollen balls and making it all omni again and taking all the spin out and driving down all the spin till there's no more spin anymore. You know what? I'm sick of cleaning up the mess. All right. So I'm normal like anyone else. I get the shits in that sense, where I have to constantly clean the asses of little belligerent little brat that refuse to grow up. And this is who we're being run by. They are like that. This is a situation. If you really see it for what it is, it's like, that's what it is. And yet they try to make out us to be the mentally ill in the sonic inversion. Oh, he's too out there, he's too hippie, he's that. Fuck what it looks like. What about how it feels?
Yeah.
And if it feels good, it's going to look good. It's how it works. Your soul will shape your whole body. Even if you've got ugly genetics, you can make those genetics beautiful again just by radiating your soul. It's that easy. So, and it's like all Mudger people were naturally beautiful genetically. And they were jealous of that. And as they become more uglier and distorted for the sake of their sort of aphrodisia of power, okay, once all their other senses have gone to shit, and that's the only one left, okay, well, they got this constant envy and spite and jealousy, like, they say the 7 sins, Now, there's nothing wrong with having a sex drive and wanting to do that and all the rest of it. It's normal, okay? You're not meant to be repressed. That's where they've got all the religious people, okay, because they haven't explained sexuality properly. And it's like, it's all about directing your energy. if you don't direct your sexual energy towards your partner when you're making love to them, they literally have a whole system all up. They know when people have sex most of the time. They know when they watch TV, when they have dinner in the mainstream. Okay, the 85% mainstream that are just completely mind controllable, because they're much sort of younger souls that don't go back to the original stuff that have been split off us since. Okay, as we've been cut down. Okay, well, those people, if you don't direct your energy and your lovemaking towards what's between you and your partner, okay, they're going to scoop up that sexual energy, that undirected sexual energy, and use that energy to manifest their creations. Now, if they're pulling that off everyone who has sex all the time, who's not directing their energy, see how powerful they become? Because it's all about energy. Forget about, the holy this and this. Blah, blah, blah. Let's not get polarized when we're centered in our heart, because that's when we become emotional. Emotion, the E stands for ecclesiastical motion, which is the dirty, reactive, polarized energy of either a male or a female. If you're centered in your heart, this is what they do. They want the dirty, reactive energy. Hence why they poke us in the ribs all the time. They terrorize us. They want to put us in fear because they feed off that energy. It's like when a cat plays with a mouse before it eats it. It wants to get that adrenaline up, make it more tasty. It's more tasty for the predators when it's got more fear in it. So if you've got no fear, you're not a tasty meal. That's simple. So this is what's been going on. Now, I just forgot completely what I was talking about. It happens sometimes. But
you were talking about the beautiful people of the Magar and exchanging sexual energy.
Yeah, so basically speaking, when you direct your sexual energy towards your partner, and what's even more, you're directing that energy and connecting with the elements, and you're directing your energy with your partner to heal nature. What a beautiful thing you're doing. Once upon a time, we could actually design the shape of a tree and how it would grow and everything like that, so we could live in it. It's a pretty good deal without it being a deal, huh? Putting your procreative energies towards making constant beauty. And why does that need to be taboo? So you're literally putting in all the preparation and directing your energy to manifesting abundance in the world that requires no money. And then you become part of that abundance. Is that selfish? It's the opposite, isn't it? It's realizing that we come from abundance in the first place. And there's no need for all this scarcity bullshit and nonsense. So these bastards basically own everything. It's like with the 1913, at the same time that they kicked off the time travel, okay, they basically had the Fed ready to go. Now, the creation of the US Fed was the creation of an insider trading Ponzi scheme by its very corrupt design, the fractional reserve system of debt, okay? And they knew that in 100 to 110 years, that are hyperinflate, so they could actually buy up and own everything, which they do now through Vanguard and BlackRock. Now, just by saying this right now, we should take them straight to a people's court, get rid of the Marine Admiralty law rubbish. I've written a document that basically shows where they ripped it off, the original, Mudger natural law, as defined by the whole Mudger language. So Kabbalah is a perversion of the natural language, and they did it all through the confusion of the tongues. That's how they created the Marine Admiralty law that's been going since the law of the high seas since Babylonian times. It extends to the whole of the omniverse, not just Earth. And guess what? Earth is the whole physicality of the whole omniverse. It's the whole roots. If things don't happen right on the physicality, everywhere else it goes to shit as well. And the only thing below the Earth here is the inner sun. That's it. That aspect of source. So Earth is not some little insignificant ball in a big sort of planetarium sort of spaceship storm. No. That's the illusion. They want you to think that we're nothing. We're just a speck in space of insignificant space stuff. Well, the opposite is true. Reverse child psychology regarding the satanic inversion. This is the time where we really pull out the big cards and we find out the real reality. So that's the thing. Now, the reason why the whole Earth, and it's approximate 40 billion miles, and we're only just living on a small portion here, and they're trying to con us that that's just a ball. Well, it's not completely flat either, even though that gets you towards more of the right equation. That's just the line versus the circle side up again. We know what the line and the circle is by now, the feminine and the masculine. Yeah, let's get them arguing in that regard again. Well, hold it. The Earth has meridians and energy lines, just like our bodies. So what's the Earth then? It's got energetic lines and everything. Was that just too logical or what? Now, through this split timeline reality and their 9/11 destructive technology, chaos technology, that splits the timelines so they can do a new reset and basically get, the movie location on this split timeline, say it's the original Samaria in Australia, on the New South Wales Central Coast. Okay? When they moved that to Mesopotamia, they did it after the last flood, and they tried it in the one before that as well, after the biblical flood more 50,000 years ago, okay? But that one didn't quite work, so they had to try and do that again because the mud just came back. We came back to Samaria here and fucked off Samaria, something like that. I can't remember everything because I'm still remembering all my past lives, but I know all the main stuff. I've got all the main stuff down, but I've still got to fill in a few gaps, and I'm still remembering stuff all the time because this is what you do when you get back in contact with your soul. And I've been doing it for a good 10 years. And the reason why I don't do it quicker is that they keep on fucking poisoning me and hit me with weapons, so I fucking forget everything and I have to relearn everything again through a different way. So I can basically check the way that I did before. I didn't make any mistakes as well. It's the only way they can get to stop you when you get onto this role with the soul, finding out everything, is to make you doubt yourself and pepper you with the voice to skull through constant negativity and shit all the time. Didn't work. Just made me stronger and more determined. They put me through hell. Thanks for the extra training. Now you're fucked. And yeah, I did go through voice to skull for 3 years, and I've knocked it out 98% now. So I can go into more of that, and I will go into more of that for people that are still being troubled by all that. There's thousands of people that are going through this too, across the world. There's significant source people. And they're doing it to you because they either want your ovaries or your sperm or this part of you. So they treat us like sea cattle. Pharmaceutical literally translate as farm, you, sea, cattle. It's them taking the piss because we're originally from the sea and now you're cattle on the land. And we're basically slicing you up genetically through the Maldit project and all the rest of it. And then when split timelines don't work out, we need to move the new movie location to another movie location. We've got to wipe out with plagues and that, the old location, split timeline, to start the new one. And when we start the new one again after the disaster, well, this is what they're doing. They're breaking up the body of Earth, which was originally two bodies entwined, masculine and feminine. It's like all omniversal, what nature works equally in every aspect. It's that simple. And they've split up those two bodies by constantly breaking up with all the destruction that they've created. Like they almost destroyed everything in Atlantean times the first time around, 70,000 years ago. They tried to do a new world order back then. Then they realised, fuck, we've got to start again and give the illusion that man came from caveman. Look how much time they've had to go gradually doing that. And we come along with the soul knowledge, the last moment, go sucked in. We remember everything. Despite you doing everything possible to de-identify us, to make us forget who we are, why we're here, our roots, what we're meant to be here, These bodies were designed as finely tuned musical instruments to sing down songlines. It's that simple. And the nature of the tunes changed during the split timelines to adjust to what was going on, to all the perversion they were doing to all nature and everything like that. With the songlines we used to sing as before that split timeline started were more rawer and more like the Yetis, you know, and the Sasquatch and stuff like that. Okay? Where it was more like basically all the commercial tunes that you hear on artists and stuff like that, that all these so-called artists in the music industry and all the stuff like that, they get this inspiration because they've got these Dracos pigs in lipstick to be pretending to be everything from guardian angels and the good people aligned to that to the demonistic ones. Well, they're basically, you know, the top Illuminati capstone clowns are getting the Draco rubbish dumpsters that they control, the top 8, 9 of them, to basically do all their stuff for them. Okay? And tell all these people, okay, give them these lyrics, stuff like that. They think they'll come up with a hit piece and shit like that, and it's their own inspiration, blah, 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 and it's just a part of their higher God mind oversoul fucking rubbish. Okay? Well, basically speaking, all those lyrics are about all these top Illuminati people, and people don't realise these songs that they're singing on the radio and stuff like that. These tunes and chords and everything like that come from our tribal songs of nature, and they've turned them into cheap-ass pieces of commercial music with lyrics that's self-adulating the elites, and people don't even know it, and hence they're stealing all your power.
Not only that, but since the 60s, the radio stations changed the frequency with which the music is delivered. Prior to, I think, like 1963 or 65, music was delivered in a different frequency gigahertz, and then after that they changed it up. So now when you're listening to music coming out of the radio, it's coming at a vibrational frequency that's actually harmful towards you than than
Yep,
being
this is
beneficial.
what they do. It's what they did with music tuning by turning A to 440 hertz. Okay,
Yeah.
look at the numerology. Okay, you just need to see it cymatically to see how disgusting and abrasive that frequency is for A. Okay, and when you add it up numerologically, it adds up to 8, which is the octagon. Okay, and the top capstone clowns are the octopi octagon. And the octagon controls the pentagon. A lot of them are Swiss, or the actual octagon Templar types. But the top 8 Illuminati controllers that are actually pulling all the puppet strings of everything. Okay, well, they love the 8. Okay, it's their thing. Now, they say that 432 is actually the original tuning. Now, that's closer, but still no cigar, and I'll tell you why, because it comes back to the 369 thing. Now, with all these Kabbalists, they all get into this number 9 with numerical digits, okay? Everything adds up to the number 9. It's true. But however, they say the number 9, that's the number of the matrix, okay? That's the ultimate sort of God number. No. I'll break this down. 9, symbolically, like this, was the distorted Phoenician symbol for the head, okay? After the tribe of Dan was taken over by the Hyksos Khazar fake Jews, okay? They turned it all Jewish and free Masonic. That's all originally Scythian Mudger. Anyway, that number 9, okay, the head, that's what it symbolises. So if the head, okay, is not plugged in to the main power source here in the stomach, it's ungrounded. It's the same with the energy. It's ungrounded. So if the 9 is not plugged back in and centered, soul anchored, earth grounded, it's going to be really dirty electricity, just like our electrical grids I was explaining before. They can ground it properly, but they choose not to. So they want us to be affected by all this horrible electricity, dirty electricity. And
Yeah, and
then they
also
put
just to add to that, God, sorry to interrupt, but there's a lot of study out there that's showing that people that live under power lines are prone to higher cases of cancers than those
That's correct.
who are not living underneath those big power lines. Here, I'll try to pull something up as a visual so people
Oh,
can.
it's been proven. There was an ABC TV studio in Brisbane that was right next to exactly what you're saying, and a whole heap of workers got cancer from it. That got documented years ago. So you're absolutely right. There's an example here, and I'm sure there's been examples everywhere. And the thing is that with the whole mobile phone network, they're using this hot, cancerous energy, okay? Carcinogenic energy, the microwaves and everything, where they could be choosing to ground it properly, and we could get all this cold energy through the mobile phone systems that's actually healing all nature and everything at the same time. So even with their shitty fucking technology that we don't even need, we can actually reverse the polarity and ground it all and actually use it for good things and still use mobile phones once we get rid of all these fucking parasites out of power. So that's all we've got to do. Say, fuck this shit. Because the thing is, even if they kill you now, you've got to come back. And the more that you connect with your soul, the more you're going to reconnect the parts of you in these split timelines, call back in all your lives, and bring back all aspects of your soul. And this is how you do it, through soul centering. There's no other way. You take out all the emotional charge from your trauma, as well, as I was saying before, in centered regression. That's something that psychiatry, psychology, psychotherapy cannot do, because they're all trained to fail. They're all elite sort of industry stuff. Go, oh, yeah, give them a bit of healing, sort of that, keep the economy flying, but they'll never fully get healed. Okay? Some psychotherapists do manage to get success when they start adding these centered modalities to their work, so they can actually get the emotional charge out of the body. Okay? Some of them do it, but for the most part, unless they go and do the extra applied sort of work to extend their study and their knowledge and their professionalism, well, they're not going to necessarily be able to do that. So once you take the emotional charge out of those initial destroyed experiences, the psychological imprints, okay, known as samskaras in Vedic, when you get the same dynamic or semantic sort of trigger in the here and now, that trauma that was unconscious, okay, is no longer ruling your life and putting you into a dysfunctional coping state, okay? And that's what they try and do when they attack people like now, when they're talking the whole truth and they send out a whole heap of trolls to basically destroy my character because they can't do anything else. And what they try to do is stress you and put you under constant sort of attack all the time, that you eventually fold because you get triggered by all this trauma that you've had in your life anyway. But when you're soul-centered and you've gotten rid of all of that emotional charge out of you, most of it, they can't do that to you anymore. So you hold yourself solid. If anything, these coward weakling, bully, parasitic hunters end up becoming the hunted. Now all these fuckwits are scared shitless of me. I'm talking about these top, because I've been dealing with these 1%ers all my life, whether I like it or not. I didn't choose it. It just is what it is. Why? Because I'm of the core original Mudgee royal bloodline through all sorts of different twisted genetic sort of ways. And in a way, they keep on throwing me around split timelines because they know if they actually manage to kill me, I'll go straight back to source, because I won't go to astral purgatory. I won't go to the false light in the third eye. Fuck off. I'll just go straight back to the sun. And then I'll choose to decide when to come through when I want to. And they're not prepared for that, because they know this soul genetic stuff that I'm talking about. They stole it all off the Buddhists. It's like when the Buddhists know when the next Dalai Lama is going to come through, which family, which soul from the past. Cecil Rhodes did the same in Africa. Got close to more, got all the shamanic knowledge. Once he got it all, he fucking killed it. But that's how much pricks they are. And this is the guy behind the Rhodes Scholarship. Fucking arsehole. Anyway, I'm just telling you how they got this. Now, even with their soul genetics, they only have an 80% surety they know which one's going to come through. So they've always got a 20% doubt, in the sense of, okay, We know he's coming through here now and he's coming through here, but we don't know if this aspect of him is going to come through this time or this aspect. This is how they look at it. It's that sort of sinister in the sense of how they just treat us so unconsciously. There's pieces of livestock to be cut up and sliced. And let's do this with this one now, okay? And so, and yeah, for a lot of the split timelines in the secret history of Australia before the British invaded, during the Atlantean resets, which we're on the 6th now, yeah, but on about the 3rd reset, when they decided to basically create the O positive blood group in a not very good way, in a similar way as the CCR5 genetic I described before, okay? Now, they were basically using Australia as the genetic fabric costume changing place while the rest of the history was going on in the world. There was a whole stuff going down here. There were actually French here before the British. Unlike in history, they say, well, sorry, the French would have taken over if the British lost the Battle of Waterloo, but they actually had a few split timelines where actually the French were here, there was Frisians here, there was Turkish here, there was Phoenician culture here. And it's all, they've got so many leftovers from split timelines here that they're constantly trying to cover up and use lies to say it's all this Victorian architecture and stuff like that from the Tartarian stuff and all sorts. It's just ridiculous. There's Hungarian architecture down here. Then there's Scottish stuff down here as well too. There's Gothic here. And they used this place as a major genetic hub. One of the biggest Malda processing centres in the world, okay, for this sort of stuff is actually below my feet in a deep underground military-based style thing. Okay, where the main Malda base is actually in Alsace, on the border of Switzerland and France. The Rothschilds have got a big connection between Rothschilds in France and Switzerland. And that's the main base over there, and they've got Malda depots all over the world. And during this, what I've noticed, especially since 2015 and 16, is they were replacing a lot of people with clone avatars. Now, they used to do body doubles before that, and then they turned into clones. And when they replace someone with a clone avatar, that clone avatar is sent in, as I mentioned earlier in the talk, to basically divide and conquer from within. So I've had cases where I've had significant soul aspects of females that I've been with in the past before all this nonsense, and they roll them out to basically get close to me, to basically get their hooks in. And then at some certain stage, they'll either MK Ultra sort of trigger them because they've all been trained as MK Ultra monarch sex slaves and stuff like that. People can look all that stuff up. And for espionage purposes, that's what happened to Kennedy with Monroe and all that sort of stuff. Even Jackie Kennedy, she was part of it. Okay. She was one of the handlers at the Manor. She dealt with me. And basically speaking, they send in the women, especially to the men, to bunch of men, because we love our women, care about them and their children, we'll do anything for them. They use our better instincts, end up using our better instincts, primal instincts against ourselves in really tricky ways. And when they turn them against us, they do this to break us, spiritually, soulfully, everything. Okay? And then it gets even worse when they start rolling out people and then like significant others and then replacing them with clones. But then at times when the clones sort of, pushing the envelope a bit and you're noticing, hold it, this person's not behaving like the person I met. What's going on here? This is not the same person. It's like the polar opposite. What the fuck's going on here? It's like they're deliberately trying to white ant everything and invalidate everything that I'm doing. Where before, well, sorry, you're attracted to me because you liked all this stuff. Now you want to change me. What's that about? Oh, that's part of the masculinized, feminized, fucking Gloria Steinem fucking rollout bullshit to basically manipulate men. Fuck that shit. Let alone what they're doing to men to feminize them. That's the whole Draco transhumanized tranny show that they're trying to do at the moment and meld us with machines to do so. Now, so whenever they need the clone to get really convincing, and they play this as a big theatre script, and they get a kick out of the highs and lows that you go through this, because they want you to get reactive so they can feed off that reactive energy when you're emotional and not soul-centered, okay? So to get the actual clone more convincing when they need to, they have the real person in one of these dumb's underground base, okay? And they got them in a pharmaceutical coma, okay? And then when they need to, they activate them out of the pharmaceutical coma, and they dimensionally activate that person's soul into the clone, dimensionally. Okay, through the whole third eye stuff, all that sort of thing. And then literally you're talking to that real person through the clone. Now that real person, because they're in a pharmaceutical coma, they've been activated out, they think they're still in the matrix here, actually on the phone talking to you, or talking to you on Skype or whatever it is. And they don't realise they're actually in a pharmaceutical coma, in a coffin, in a deep underground space, with all these tubes coming in and out of their bodies. Now go and read Samuel Sagan's Bleeding Sun. There's the blueprint right there. Go and read it. That one is telling you all about Malda and where it's all going, and what one of their future resets, what they want to have on their future split timelines. Okay? That basically they had all the future split timelines already happening. That's why you saw all that sci-fi stuff in the 50s and 60s coming out of America. And all those shows, Time Tunnel, all those things. They're basing it on truth. They're basically going, at the end of the day, it's just Hollywood, it's just fiction.
Guys, for people that may not fully understand what a split timeline is, can you quickly brief us on what a split timeline is and how it occurs?
Okay. A split timeline, I'm going to put a simple analogy. Imagine you have a digital hard disk recorder, right? Okay, that you record and edit, film, or sound on, right? A lot of people do that on computers, okay? They first started out with standalone sort of hard disks, okay? The late 80s, 90s, the commercial models started rolling out. Well, actually, the first one was a Fairlight in 1981 that recorded Slave to the Rhythm from, what was it, Grace Jones. That was all on digital hard. Those Fairlights were so expensive for years. They were actually developed here in Australia. That it wasn't until the 90s that they started having cheaper, more affordable, portable, usable hard disk recorders, and that's what they actually had. But instead of using film and sound, they're using time and space on a hard disk recorder. So each one of those split timelines is a different individual multi-track channel on a mixing desk, hard disk recorder. I'm not joking. And so they're literally cutting, pasting, editing digitally with time and space on a hard disk recorder all life in these split timelines.
Do you think major events like 9/11, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, things like that are the pivotal moments in that split of a timeline?
Absolutely. That's what they are. They're 9/11 events that it's designed to actually split the timeline with a big disaster that literally resets everything on a different split timeline. And some people are left over in that timeline, they're killed off, other people, and basically everyone's moved over onto a new split timeline. That's what happens. Okay? And quite often, like the Sumeria situation, they went, okay, we don't want people to ever know about these first Homo sapiens because we lost control and they created themselves again. So we made ourselves perfect. Okay, so they had to wipe that all out, wipe it from history. So so when they did a split timeline, say in the biblical flood, and then they failed with that, with the first round of second Homo sapiens that came from here, and then they had to bring the team up to do the second lot after the next sort of flooding thing, or it may not be the next one. But there's so much twisted stuff to go around. And with this split timeline, this is why the chronology of history is so hard to work out, because it's just like different Disney movie studio scene locations.
Mm-hmm.
One big complex all around the world. Okay. So, we'll move from like the Jesus times to back to Atlantean times. Okay, we've got to get to Lemurian times, because they couldn't get back to Lemurian times at first. They had to do a lot of fucked up stuff to get to certain places. And they couldn't get as far back as they wanted to get. And there's a lot of complicated stuff there to sort of explain those reasons. But it's like, say, for instance, to get back to Atlantis, they had to actually go back from the 5th century back to Atlantis from there, then to draw a whole heap of stuff back into this timeline here. It's like they keep on repatching and cabling and digitally editing with time and space. It's like, as I said before, linear and cyclic time and space is a fiction construct. Because the original reality, here and now reality, was all just the one reality that was omni. Okay, there was no past, there was no future. It was just all now. It was timeless. And yet, if you want to look technically within that timeless sort of spontaneous present way of being, well, you've got all of the past and future in that as well anyway, but because you can do anything in the here and now, you don't need a past and the future in the sense of, because you never die, why are you looking at past and future in the sense of like, because at some point you're not going to have any now anymore? That's a whole attitudinal sort of approach in itself. And once you realise that epiphanal thing, whoa. Okay, so that's the reason why it's so difficult in that sense. So in order to split the timeline and to go on to the next timeline, they have to create a disaster event to do it. So it's like with the whole nuclear bomb theory, they need to line up all the astrology and stuff to do it properly, because there's no way they could have done Nagasaki and Hiroshima from a plane like that and do that. They did it all with napalm that kept the illusion up of the atomic bomb fear anyway, because all the bank buildings didn't get destroyed. It's such an obvious leftover. Case closed. You know, real sort of atomic bomb or hydrogen bomb, it's going to waste everything. But the only thing that got wasted in Nagasaki and Hiroshima was all the wooden structures. It was napalm. They did even a napalm attack, I think, on Tokyo as well. It's documented. You can see it on YouTube. Exactly the same as what happened Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They even moved radioactive material into those areas to make it look like it was an atomic bomb. This is the bumbling stupidity they do to make it look real. And they got to fake something. They'll even go to the extremes to make something seem real and then report it on the media. And anything you report on the media with a camera, you can fake anything to anyone. And they're all prepackaged stories, most of them anyway, years in advance, because they're that ahead of their agenda in the sense of they've had it planned out from the start, from 1913. They spent 1,500 years preparing it.
So, spiritually speaking,
Yes.
when the timelines are split up, right? Let's just say, for the confusion's sake, that there's only two timelines that are split. Let's say since 1975, my birth year. So since 1975 to today, let's say there's been one, split in the timeline. Let's say at 9/11. So when that split happens, does, let's say, like, my avatar, my consciousness, my soul, my energy, is that split as well into two? So there's a part of me in that one timeline and there's a part of me in the other timeline. And if that's the case, then how do I, or how do we reunite the two so that they come back as a whole instead of being split into various
Like what I
different
said,
timelines?
if you soul center on this present moment of now, on this timeline we're on, whatever it is, okay, you can draw back in through your soul all your past lives on all of those split timelines into you right here and now. This is why I know so much, because I've spent 10 years centering solidly and mapping it all further to find out many different aspects and remember all the things that I've done, okay, in the past, in all of these lives, and find out different ways to do the same thing and extended things much better and more powerful. The more I basically go back and find the language, like when I was doing monotonal module language, which is more tuning stuff, which is like that stuff, which still works because the sheer attention's there. Okay, that was pretty powerful stuff. But then when I got back to the full musical language, like it doesn't get more original than that, really. So that becomes more powerful again. So as I've basically gone back through from monotonal spoken Mudger language of today, all the way back through all the gradual distortions of the language, okay, until I get to the original one, well, the ways of doing soul centering and applying it to sort of doing shaman and magi work, well, gets more powerful, doesn't it? The more original that you get it. So that's what I've been doing, drawing in all my past lives of all these split timelines and before that to get all the knowledge back. It's as simple as that. And also to get all those parts back of myself, like as you said correctly there, my mum, that every time they split a timeline, they're splitting your soul again to do you again on another individual multi-track. You know, it's stupid. So they can piece together a false narrative of history and they go, okay, we've got to grab, okay, this point to this point of this movie take on this split timeline, then join it up with this one to this one on this split timeline, this one, a little bit from there, and now we've got our false history narrative. At the same time, they've got to mop up all the other split timelines that they're not using for their official sort of false history narrative. So that's when the genocide comes in and cleaning up of stuff. And so sometimes on some split timelines, we've got parts of our souls and spirits that are stuck in land, that they've deliberately done this. So our souls and spirits cannot get back to source to basically kickstart the dream time again. And that's what I've been doing main work for months now, is sending all trapped souls and spirits in land and all over the place. And I've got to do so much more of this work. It's just ridiculous. There's so many trapped souls and spirits in limbo. And they've done this deliberately so that they can wipe out these ones and control them, maybe come back for them later to extract them to use them for other things. But they've created such a mess with doing this that it's
Just
like...
had a thought, Ross, while you were saying that. Does the Egyptian mythology, of I believe it's Anubis, when you go in the afterlife and you're trying to get to heaven or hell, you're weighed against a feather. Is that something which is connected? Do you think that's part of the program to trap the soul in that life and death cycle of incarnation to continuously come back?
Oh, yeah, to come back through the astral purgatory of heaven and hell bullshit. Yeah, where they just reprogram you to come back to do the bidding for them in the physical.
Yeah, it's exactly what I'm talking about.
That's exactly right.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, yeah, that's what they've been doing, to put us in this sort of continual sort of folded insanity loop of doing that rubbish, so they can literally automate us as source battery robots. human cyborg robots. And ever since they took our soul-centering information away, we've been rudderless and lost at sea and so easily gullible and manipulable. And once we get this back, man, it's like we're in control because we are all source. We are all God, to use that fucking horrible term. But the thing is that we're all aspects of the
We are all
same
gods. We're all gods. We won't use the word
Yeah.
God. We are all gods.
We're all God. We are all, it is so. That's right. Because that's what Gazimus means. It is so. Okay? And essentially, us as source batteries, okay, we're meant to shine light into the whole omniverse through the nature custodian work we do in the physical of the whole omniverse being Earth, okay? Now, the reason why that is, the whole physicality, the Earth is that big of the whole omniverse, is because how it works in microcosm, macrocosm, and how nature expresses itself and creates that way, manifests, okay? Just like your body. Once you know the constituency of your body and your circuitry and how it works, then you know how the greater omniversal body works as well. That's microcosm, macrocosm. So, with all the stars, like the astrology and the astronomical configurations, there's one principle about that, is that under all of them, there be land and sea, because it indicates land and sea under them, everywhere, out there. They say it's all space and all that sort of stuff. No, it's water, liquid, predominantly, just like our bodies. Go and watch Fantastic Journey from the 60s. That'll give you an idea what's going on. They basically miniaturize these people and send them through a human body. You want to see what space really looks like? Go and watch that. Okay, so basically speaking, in ancient times, if you didn't know how to soul center, you couldn't read the stars. You couldn't read star maps, okay, on rocks, stuff like that. And hence, you couldn't do the basic function of knowing where you are and navigating the seas and lands under all those astrological and astronomical configurations. It's as simple as that. And that's how it works for all of up there. So for as much as it extends further, and I remember seeing on a Phil Valentine video, he actually sourced an omniversal map from somewhere here in Australia. I think it was in the centre somewhere in the Northern Territory. I remember looking at it and going, hold it, there's all these configurations that are outside the normal configurations that we get access to in the standard sort of Western and you know, the topical and sidereal stuff. It's only for this portion, okay? And then NASA keep on showing us all these new universes that are created and making themselves. That's because these fuckwits are using our soul energy to create more fake planets and fucking space that's suffocating the real fucking, you know, astral etheric world, ancient world of sea out there. And they want to shut that off completely. You know, once they've eliminated all centering information, got everyone into third eye stuff, into believing that this is our only reality. And yeah, there was a lot of Atlantean stuff that happened in fake astral and space. But that's not your real reality. We should have never lived through any of it. That's the whole point, without it being a point of harm. So some of this is really crushing information in the sense of how down to earth it brings this whole situation and how deeply we've been conned. Because they've conned everyone into thinking we come from nothing and go back to nothing. So it's all death. Fuck off. Never like that way. The physicality. Look at the satanic inversion. They say, we just descended. We got addicted to our creations, and because we got addicted to our creations, we became physical like our creation. That's all fucking shit. Absolute bollocks. That's fiction. It's
bollocks.
just,
I haven't heard that word in a while.
Yeah.
It really is bollocks, for sure.
It really is, because if if good proactive action doesn't happen in the physical, then everywhere else is stuff. These are the real building blocks without being building blocks, if you know what I mean. This is the structure of all life, the physical. And it's like, sure, all the rest of it's important as well, but if you're navigating from the physical without all that, knowing all that other information properly, you're going to stuff up the physical, and that's exactly what they've done here on purpose. They did it to Tiamat, they did it to Mars, and now they're doing it to here. Okay? And they started this whole split timelines nonsense by blowing up Tiamat so they could copy and paste it over onto their split timelines, but destroy it from this timeline. Fuckers. Sorry, I just have to express that sometimes because I remember this stuff. I remember being used in projects. More and more memories come back all the time. Because I've worked hard. I've worked all my life to get to this point.
Express yourself, homie. That's why people like watching you, because you're genuine, and you're on the same level as everyone else, because you express yourself clearly and unobstructed. So don't be sorry for expressing yourself.
Well, the thing is that I'm actually a pretty chilled out guy. I've actually got a good sense of humour. I've got an outrageous sense of humour on the rest of it. But when we're dealing with serious stuff, and it's got to be done, it's no time for frivolity, even though I do laugh, I do carry on, and I do have fun doing what I'm doing. In the sense of some of it, it's so hardcore in the sense of what we got to do. But you've got to enjoy doing it. You've got to have confidence. You've got to do that all in life because that's our natural state of being. Don't let their rubbish, rain on your sunshine.
Laughter also clears up the dense energy, right? Which we hold within us. So when we're talking about, serious subjects like this, the energy, right, our vibration is very high as well. So when we laugh, we're reducing that stress and that energy so that we can keep clear-headed and move forward. So laughter, like they've always said, laughter is good medicine in any case.
Absolutely. But that's the thing. It's like I'm actually really chilled out. I'm easygoing. That's how I like to be in my natural state of being. But if something is wrong, it affects all of us. Okay, it's really crucial. Well, sorry, I'm going to snap to attention. Now, when I was younger, when I was more traumatized and still in trauma, I didn't have the strength to do that all the time. I had to get to almost like a psycho sort of stage to kick into action to do something because I had so much trauma. I was fed so much fear. I was gaslighted, everything. Not that I want to play the victim, but I'm saying I was in that state. And I had to get myself out of that state. No one was going to get me out of that state but me.
A lot of people feel like that too right now. There's a lot of people that are in that frame of mind where they feel they're being held hostage against their own will, and that's really what it is.
And it's the fear factor. Once you get over you realize that all the fear is manipulated fear, and it's an illusion. Okay? And it's like everyone knows that emotional pain, psychological pain is far more hurtful than any sort of physical pain, even though physical pain can get pretty bad depending on how it's applied. But I've been through so much physical pain, I couldn't give a fuck. And I can tell you, there's much worse than physical pain inside. Okay? And the worst pain is being in denial of your own soul. And this is why... Yes. And this is why these Illuminati types absolutely petrified of them. They're absolutely petrified because when you're fucked up, you got to keep a belief of denial to keep this evil shit going. That's the only way you can do it. And to weaponize your pain so hard that you never feel your pain anymore in the sense of like you've got no conscience with it. Well, that's what endocrine disruption does as well.
How do we fight that? How do we fight that, Shaman?
Okay, straight up. When I do energetic healing for people, it works. However, Healing works both ways. Because what a shaman is doing energetically is getting the person to heal themselves. That's all he's facilitating, really. And he knows how, the better the shaman, the magi, well, the better ways that he can do that. Okay? But essentially, if the person doesn't do the physical nutrition backup to heal themselves as well, to clean their terrain, to make it clean and 100% pure, like 100% pure orange juice, not like it's a pure sort of pious, oh, it's got to be pure. No, shut up. Just pure, okay? Like pure orange, pure nectar, pure whatever. Your body's got to be clean because it can only function like as I've been describing for the past however long.
Something like that juice that you were drinking a couple of weeks ago that we talked about, and you told us the ingredients that you put in that juice.
I'll get into that because I'm so big on nutrition, and I've studied natural medicine and allopathic medicine to the nth degree, actually. And it's really important to do the physical backup. You've got to have the clean terrain. You've got to have the pure thing happening. Otherwise, your perfectly designed body, originally perfectly designed body, despite genetic alterations and all that stuff, it was designed that way. So you've got to basically keep the terrain clean, and you've got to have the consciousness in the same way of pure intention as well. Just not be a fuckwit. That's it. Otherwise, if you're fuckwit, it won't work. That's just how this is designed. It's as simple as that.
That's what I was saying earlier on about the animal meditation to cleanse your own energy and merge with an animal, and of course ask permission, but merge with the animal so that you can exchange that energy, so that your energy can become more pure and uncorrupted as as
actually learn on a day basis. Yes, that's very good. And I would like to add to that there, Omar. Learn from your soul, totem, spirit aspect, animal that you really identify with at that particular time, that moment. And listen to them, because they've still got the innocence. Okay? They've still got that purity. Okay? Listen to them. And they'll remind you how that part of yourself truly, naturally is again. And then the more that you start being like that, the more that soul, totem, spirit animal wants to be there with you all the time. If they're going, okay, they're not being obnoxious anymore, so I don't have to stay away over here. Because some people's soul, totem, spirits abandon them when they basically carry on like fuckwits too much. And then the Illuminati types then sort of enslave these animals, and they basically get inside these animals to attack people and do nasty things with them. It's horrible. I've been attacked by, one time, these lizards when I was doing combined Hopi Mudja water ceremony back in November in 2018. Okay, that's a beautiful picture too. I literally had to combine, like what I actually had to do. I've been friends with these really prehistoric sort of lizards that look very much like crocodiles, same sort of genome sort of type, down at this harbour beach that I used to go to from like teenage years. And I was friends with them in this particular area. And then I went down to do these water ceremonies, 10 of them in 5 days. They had to be done. And I actually got asked to do them from someone up your way at the time, because it's just what had to be done at the time. And so I went, okay, let's do it. And I had to learn a couple of things on the fly, but that's okay. It's what we do. And then what I else had to do, I had to heal the reptoid genetics put into these prehistoric sort of lizards in order to heal those genetic distortions in me, because half my bloodlines are the reptoid bloodlines as well. Half of them are the Mudja bloodlines, okay? That can work to my advantage or detriment, depends on how I choose to have my consciousness, okay? So I was getting hit by directed energy weapons, big time. And what they do is they with directed energy weapons, with EMF and ELF in particular, and then it gets to the scalar sort of level and torsion field, same thing. They literally direct it at your frequency because they got samples of your blood, your tissue, and everything since birth. And they have blood banks all over the world for this. Okay? That's why they collect it. If anyone gets too out of control, they can always basically use this silent sounds, spectrum, psychotronic, whatever, tronic sort of weapon to basically aim it at you, no matter where you are in the world, because it's aiming for your frequency, to basically smash you. And I've been going through years of this and fighting them and destroying these weapons sent at me, but it only takes them a little bit to set them back up again and start hitting you. So I had to work out a way to stop them hitting my frequency. So I had to start healing my soul totem spirit aspects in me that were both organic and inorganic, genetic-wise, to change my frequency in order to do this. And also I would use shielding techniques to also change the frequency and vibration of my frequency overall so that they would have to get a new sample to be able to hit me. And use all sorts of methods to slightly offset my frequency so they couldn't fully target my frequency anymore. Okay, this is how detailed it gets. And this is the stuff I really hardly ever describe or talk about with anyone, because who can you talk to about it except people that focus in these areas of life. And so at the time, I actually went down there, and after I did the last water ceremony, I went, okay, there's one more thing I've got to do. I've got to heal the genetics of these particular lizards so the Illuminati stop hitting me through those same genetics I have in me, okay? So instead of just healing it in me, I'll heal it in them too, and it heals the rest of them and not just me. And it was really interesting. I got out of the water. I was still in my costumes. And then all of a sudden, before I realized it, I was surrounded in battle formation by 4 of these lizards. And I was just there, and they were all surrounding me. I was sitting down, just come out of the water, sitting on my towel on this big rock that looks over this harbour bay, this bushland sort of area. And I looked at all of these lizards, and I've gone, hold it, the tone's changed here. And I just went, oh, fuck it. I've got Illuminati sorcerers with me right here, right now, and they're fucking pissed off because they couldn't stop me from finishing these water ceremonies, even though they were piling it on in the voice to skull like you wouldn't believe, to distract me, do everything. So as a result of all this constant battering and terrorism, it just made me dig deeper into my centre and become more focused to get the work done with all this distraction stuff going on. So they actually trained me to become better than I was. So thank you. All the shit you put me through, it was worth it. Okay. Now, all these 4 lizards. Yeah.
Thanks for the shit.
This is where my sense of humour gets real Irish. Yeah. Don't worry, when that kicks in, you might have to hold me back a bit. But once Dennis kicks in, oh my goodness, look out. That's my grandfather. It was me. Dennis the Menace.
We talked about him in the...
because he was fucking up everything for the Illuminati. Yeah. Because he's incorruptible. So, anyway, so I had these 4 lizards all around me, and I've gone, heck, they're all in battle formation. This is serious art of war stuff, Sun Tzu stuff now. Okay, spring into action. So I went, okay, they're all staring me out now. They were all literally like statues, 4 positions, 4 of them, all basically triangulating at 4 of them. And then in the blink of an eye, after about 10 minutes of being completely still, all focused and focusing on me, in the blink of an eye, they all moved formation like this and repositioned themselves and remained still but edged closer towards me, cornering me in the triangulation. And so I went, okay, this is a real test of my centre now. Okay, I'm just going to keep on doing a healing on them right here and now as they're attacking, moving me, regardless of the sorcerers controlling these animals to do this sort of, maligned action against me. Because look, no animal's going to hurt you, even like a hybrid animal, if you're not tampering with its space and territory and threatening them, It's really easy to get on with all animals, even the ones that have been turned into vicious predators. Depends how you approach them. And learn about them. Now, the thing is, I just went, okay, I just kept on doing my healing on them. Just kept on doing as they kept on edging closer. I still kept an eye on them, and I'm going, oh, I'm cutting this pretty fine. This is a big test. And the thing is that if you show fear, then they're really going to jump in, because all animals can sniff, sense, feel fear. So if you show fear, they're going to pick up on it, and they're going to have the Mickey on you straight away. They're going to have the wood on you, so to speak. So you can't show any fear. So as they got closer and closer, then right at the very end, right when I just did my final pulsing, literally they did their final battle move. And then all of a sudden, as I did that pulse, one of them actually went, hold it. One of them went across me and attacked the other two to stop them attacking me. Because something in one of them basically went, hold it, this is our friend. What are we fucking attacking him for? It was like one of them woke up all of a sudden and overcome what the sorcerer was trying to do to it and stop the other two from hitting me. But the fourth one came around me, and just by a whisker, I just managed to dodge it. It like launched for me. And then out of that situation, I stepped out of that situation, grabbed my stuff, started walking on the track back up to the bus stop to go home. And I tell you what, that was cutting it fine. Really fucking fine. But that's the thing. You trust in this. You let go of the brain's feels that it needs. Hold it, I've got to be in control. I can't keep up with this. No, let go of this. Stop thinking. Observe. Or if it's too fast to observe, just allow it to feel that and do whatever you do. Because sometimes you've got to do, look, I'm still injured in my body, but I'm fine. I can move around like someone in my 20s, okay? Because I've got all the magnetic charge, I've got all the electrical charge, I've got a clean system. I know how to do the right nutrition. I don't know whether today's the best show to do that for. I know, because I could talk for an hour or two just about on that alone and what to take, to get your body in the best condition to do this sort of work. Because if you don't, this sort of work will kill you for the audacious things that I pull off all the time. But I've got the backup because I'm actually magnetically and electrically connected with the elements. And I've got a bottom line level on that. And at the moment, I'm not so much in a shamanic space because I just want to make this clear and evident for people, but I can still reach into it. I'm still always got one foot in both worlds, the seen and the unseen. So that's how you have to learn how to juggle it, to be able to do all the sort of the complete felt shamanic stuff. When you see me in the middle of ceremony, the person stuck in their brain will think I'm a madman because I'm that sort of intuitive and that in the moment. You are the moment, connected with everything. It's powerful stuff. However, I've got to warm up properly. I've got to get into it. Sometimes I instantaneously go into it, absolutely. When I need to get certain things done, bang, I'm right there. When it calls for it. But when I'm doing something properly, it goes on for hours, days. Why? Because when you're doing a thorough job, you get right into it and you enjoy it. And it's such a joyful process. But why should you stop just to hand someone some bit of paper that has some sort of illusory sort of wealth called money? Why should I stop doing this sort of work just to basically keep all the rich people happy, to basically after all our people start running around all week doing whatever it takes to pay bills and do this and all the rest of it that's a waste of time, just so these fuckwits, endocrine disrupted idiots that can live off the fat of the land and hoover up all the money at the end of the month with their corporation, while we're basically running around like idiots. Fuck that. I'm glad there's one person, the co-intel, and people who can't do the do, that are jealous and all the rest of it. They say I live in a hovel, in housing. They use the wealth and class thing to judge me. You fucking idiot. A lot of you. Using wealth and class to judge someone's integrity.
That's fucked up. I never understood that. It's it's ridiculous. Like,
and you know what? I came from that wealth and class, and I turned my fucking back on it.
Yeah, me
because
too.
Those supposed wealthy people. Okay, I was just in the middle to wealthy class situation when the stork dropped me down the chimney in this particular split timeline. And I went, holy fuck. No, actually, stork didn't drop me down the chimney. I was dimensionally activated from a dying body before I died, so I couldn't fucking escape back to source. And they threw me into another body and threw out another soul that was already in this body. So I actually wasn't born into this body, and my mother is my fucking script mother. That's not my real fucking mother, that's been used on other split timelines. That when you look at it in the real reality, she's one of my fucking children. But a bad egg. So that's how they've worked out the script for me. Yeah, let's put him through a bloodline with a mother that basically is a script mother that's going to fuck him up every time, because we can't afford him causing trouble anymore. So this is how these people think and strategize. I'm giving you the insider view, in the sense of, like, I wasn't a chosen insider. You know, I'm in this situation because I'm an old soul, the core of the Mudger affinity. That's it. It's connected to the original father. Okay, I'm not the only soul aspect connected to the original father. There's heaps of us. I'm just the cunt that they hated the most because I never put up with their shit. So they used that as a challenge. Because I've got to be like that, being a roots technician. If the roots don't get looked after, we're fucked. So I've got to have a little bit of that in me. And in the sense of, like, things go wrong, I've got the authority to round stuff up, literally through the consciousness, because if it doesn't happen, well, we're fucked. If that situation were to come to be. And I still berate myself thinking, how the fuck could we let this come to this in the first place? I do take responsibility for my role, our role in allowing this to happen, but they hit us so fucking hard in such a way. And I think to myself, we managed to heal everyone last time except these one group of cat mutants that ended up making all these Dracos and shit and everything in these split timelines. You know? The Vatican, Atlantis, Lemuria never existed. Okay? In the reality before that. I'd say the closest thing to it is actually Lemuria Mu. Okay? So just think about that. It's a reality that we're all forced to live through. So all the trauma that we've gone through for hundreds of years of them doing horrible things to us, so to turn us into sort of compliant sort of robots, well, it's all failed. And when you get the epiphany, realize, well, fuck, this is shit that we never had to live through. So all we've got to do is heal this place, get back to the original reality. We'll forget about all this horrible shit eventually, because it was never meant to happen. And that's that. And this is a very epiphanal way of healing so much fucking trauma that would otherwise, through other longer sort of methods, you'd never end up healing all of it. But this way you can, by having epiphanal realizations that release that emotional charge. That you have the big aha moment. Ah, that's what happened. I see now. Right. Oh, fuck. Right. Great. Now I know. That sort of thing in the here and now is not going to trigger me anymore and turn me into a dysfunctional person coping. That's why people do get addicted to drugs, because they're trying to cope with dysfunctional stuff. Okay? So you can't criminalise people who are on drugs. That's stupid. Because the war on drugs, that just created more on drugs. Now, the people who created the war on drugs were the fucking drug dealers in the first place. The war on terror, they were the terrorists in the first place. So it goes on like that. Simple reverse child psychology, you've got to do all the satanic inversion right back to the truth without having to do much sort of academic work. It's mainly psychological, of just getting things aligned properly. Once the soul's grounding you back in place, the psychology can work with the alignment of it. So there's a good proactive sort of use even for all the distorted things, as I said. Start with the 7 chakras, grounding that first. Then when you're ready to piss that off and use the real stuff, do that. Learn the real stuff at the same time. Just bridge it all across. Do a gradual transfer from, okay, we're going from all the distorted stuff we've learnt, we're grounding it, and then we're bringing it back gradually in stages. So there's no harm done. Because there's no point doing a cold turkey and going from there to there. You just put yourself through more trauma. Okay? Do it in a gradual way. Take your time. You know, what's more important? See, I did what I did, okay? I even quit I was a professional musician, sound engineer, producer, the whole everything. I've done all that. That got me to the end of kindergarten when I was 30, when I accomplished all my goals, really, my personal goals. What I needed to do, as far as earning money is concerned, that was all still a struggle, and I could see that would always be a struggle. And then I realised within the satanic music industry, you're never going to get anything out there if you've got publicity and promotion by these big players. If your music works for their agenda, my music will never work for their agenda. And they've sabotaged all my projects. They've stolen all my music. They've stolen all the tribal music out of me that they basically used, you know, as I remember more of this stuff with my soul and all these tunes, I go, hold it, I know this tune. That tune's on that radio. And then here's the version that we used to play, you know, in the tribe, in the clan. And it's like, how the fuck could I forget this? But this is what they do with all the memory wiping drugs. When they can abduct you out of the matrix, in a little Kabbalah portal, you know, spell they set up, in the blink of an eye. And then once they're finished with you, one time they abducted me in 1998. They took me to future split timelines in a different body for 60 years. Then they brought me back right to the same inception point they took me out and dumped me back like nothing had ever happened. If that was an extra 60 years I had to live through.
Holy fuck. That, what you just said, you know, it really reminds me of what Corey Good and Emery Smith are talking about the secret space program with 20 and back, where they move you through time 20 years back, you serve the 20 years, and then you come back and you insert it into the body exactly the time that you left. That's bizarre. I've never heard anybody else say that.
I'll tell you some more.
And now you're confirming that, because up until now, I've had like some serious doubts on that story, and now that you mentioned that, I'm reconsidering it. Tell more.
The thing about people like Corey God, there's truth in what he's saying, but they're sort of chain jerking him to be controlled opposition. So I've got nothing against him personally or anything like that. I don't know the guy, but when I checked out his information, stuff like that, with a lot of people, as I said, they ritualize all this as children, all the key players that they want to use. Okay? I just broke programming, and hence I'm not controlled opposition to anything. I've been by myself, fighting the whole fucking Illuminati sorcerers all by myself for fucking years. And I finally found a family member just recently, and he was in a weird bloodline too, but man, I felt him the same as me. And once he found out a certain thing was being done to me in a certain cycle at the moment, it's putting me under a lot of pressure, but I won't go into the details because it's too lurid. And I don't want to give energy towards that. He just basically said straight away, that's fucking it. I'm going to sort this situation out now, blah, blah, blah. And I finally went, and he went and dealt with it. And afterwards, I just said to him, man, after teaching people centering for years and years and years, and all the rest of it, I've known you, for 2-3 weeks, yet coming across you and the way we both naturally work stuff out and feel for it, I'm going, man, you're just the same as me. The only difference to me is that I got into the Mudger language stuff and you didn't, okay? And that was the missing link where the rabbit hole stops, okay? And then as soon as I gave him all of that stuff, he's already doing stuff. It's like, yeah, that's his way of doing it. That's pretty cool. We're all unique. And then when we share different ways of doing it with each other, we become stronger in solidarity. That's the real socialism, not the Marxist fucking rubbish. We live for each other. Hence, we don't even need to speak to each other because it's just a given. We die for each other. That's how much we value family. And that we just need to look at each other, give each other a glare. That literally, that one look writes a whole book. So why do you need to talk? Unless you've really got something to say. Or we're just having fun, loving life and everything that we're doing, and we're feeling everything we're doing, so we don't need to communicate because we're respecting the space of what we're doing and making great things happen for all of us and all the family. As I said, we're creating prosperity and abundance, and we become part of that abundance and prosperity by doing so. It doesn't take any money required. You know, we're just literally giving each other gifts of love all the time, okay? If we still got to eat food at the moment, okay, you grow some of that, we grow some of this, or have some of this, or we can do this service. We just exchange stuff all the time. And we don't need to be greedy because we've got everything we need. We've got more than enough. Even with the amount of damage that they've done to Earth, it's like it's still repairable and there's still enough abundance for everyone. And they're just trying to close down everything, all the food lines, everything, and everything else that's going on at the moment that I'm not going to talk about because I don't want to get this video censored because it's been a good video so far. And I've been in more of a chilled out mode today than usual.
They fucked us over real good the last time, brother. Stay the fuck away from that altogether.
I'm actually revealing more of their core secrets. That's more even hardcore than all the current sort of craziness going on at the moment with where they're at with their agenda. I'm actually revealing core stuff of their agenda that's like, well, that's it. Your whole marine admiralty ship is blown out of the water.
Just want to say we are one sub away from reaching 2,500 subscribers. So please subscribe to this channel and hit those bells for notifications and help us out. So
I'll just articulate quickly again. So when they split one of these timelines, yeah, they're moving. Say, for instance, I didn't finish one example. I'll finish it off. So the original Sumerian kingdom is Kanjanj in Australia, or say it in English, Kangiangi, in Australian accent. Okay, so they moved it all to Mesopotamia after a reset. And so what they do when they move things around in resets, and I actually met an ex-Montauk programmer too, okay, that I actually was my flatmate for about a year. And they did the same thing with him. They hijacked him from this body. They soul squeezed him out of this body when he was a child, put him in another body, sent him back to the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s to be a Montauk programmer and the go-to guy in all Malva facilities worldwide and other sort of places like that, where he would literally do a system analysis inspection of everything in the whole facility, and then he'd give orders in what needed to be maintained, prepared, done, and do. So they got him for a specific role. They gave him an international passport, but he didn't belong to any country. It was basically sort of like in a double clone body, okay? Wasn't his normal body. And he was in there for the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. And he was around for a lot of the shit that happened to me at the manor. Actually, I busted him. It was him who was on the bed with my mother. When I busted him with my mother putting a fucking injection in the back of his head, either doing a dark yogi sort of transfer sort of thing, or yeah, it's like, and that's when I turned, you know, when they found out that I was there, they panicked and ran out the room. And then when I went out to go back out the room, I looked up and there was this fucking ugly Rothschild with his fucking glaring, sort of gleaming look on his face, like, the predator sort of, his eyes lighting up to go to the victim. And I just looked up at him with his face coming at me, and before I knew it, there was a fucking needle in my neck. Bang, just stuck it in my neck.
Serious?
While standing up.
What was in the needle? Do you know?
Oh, some horrible fucking shit that knocked me out initially. He put me on the bed. I was out for, I think, about 5 or 10 minutes. And then I snapped to, and I just went, holy fucking shit. Like, I was out of it. Like, whoa, what the fuck was in that?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like 4.5 years old.
Holy fuck.
Yep. But at that age, I was switched on. I knew what was going on. I was with my instincts. I was already digging up fucking gardens in the neighborhood, doing earthwork and healing work. I was throwing my mother's wedding ring fucking stones, what they call expensive stones and stuff and shit like that, down the fucking drains and shit. So I was a nightmare child for them. Because I was already doing healing work because I was fresh from it. Instead of throwing me back to an ancient timeline after the Dennis Cummins life to confuse me further. So by the time I came, they threw me into this body, I'd be so disorientated. So this is what they do to sort of keep core family member players that, we have source battery power because we're such ancient souls. So what their plan was to turn us from ancient times. Okay, take us out of our original positions in the tribe, split all the tribe up worldwide, completely disband it, put them in different places so they don't know who they are anymore. Split them all up so they can't get back together again as family, even though they're in different skin suits and different bloodlines and all that shit now. And they basically turned us into nobodies just to live in sort of middle class to lower class run-of-the-mill society. So basically we'd look like idiots completely coming out with all this crazy stuff when we reveal the truth, if we don't have it all together. So we've really worked a master plan, I tell you what. And by all means, I am in a hole. I am in this. But you know what? I've made the system work for me because I get 100% of my time and energy to do what I need to do. Now that's called consciously fucking smart. Because I don't need fucking heaps of fucking... We all live in fucking sacred geometry, adult clubby houses anyway, despite how nice the ornaments are or this, that, the other. Sure, it's nice to have a nice environment. Don't get me wrong. I'd rather be out in the bush right now. But I had to become an urban shaman and learn how to do shit in the worst environments and challenge myself to make my abilities even better than being in nature. So that the time when I am fully 100% back in nature again, well, if I can do this in a shitty environment, imagine what I can do out there now. And do out there when I get out there. I fucking love it when I'm out there and I don't want to come back here. But I know I have to keep this going because they planned for me to be in this place too. So they could manipulate me in the most favourable position for them. But I've turned that against them and it's worked in my benefit here. So I've got to keep taking advantage of this place while I'm still here to do the actual energy and physical work required to sort of get us all back on track with other co-creators that wake up that are doing this work too. So, and actually making it proactively real and not just talking about the theory of it, stuck in their head all day. Yeah, sure, I talk about it, but I walk it as well. Because after I finish talking today, I'll be doing more work before I go to sleep. Yesterday I went to sleep just before midday. And I've been awake since 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. What is it now? I don't even know.
Damn, bro, it's got to be like 4 o'clock in the morning for you. 5 o'clock? About
No.
that?
No, it's almost 10 past 7 in the morning now.
Holy jeez.
So So it just is what it is. I just have to roll. And look, sometimes I do get an earlier night and I get up at normal time. It all just depends on what's happening, on what's got to be done. And I've got to be able to deal with daylight and nighttime light. Either way, there's work to be done in all realms of that whole sound light spectrum. It's like, sure, it's quite natural that nature sort of, you know, most people sort of get up in the morning, go to sleep at night, but hey, I can get my sun from the sun during the nighttime too. All I have to do is connect with the portal of the sun and I can charge myself up. I had this one sort of person for years saying, dude, I'm always telling you to go out, get some sunshine on you. You need sunshine. You're spending too much time studying. That just pigeonholing me there. And I'm thinking, this guy's so underestimating. There's going to be one day in the future where he's going to get the rudest shock. But I'll just shut up for now. And then I realised that he was used like me as well. And then I'm pretty sure he's been replaced by different clones in the past too. They've really messed with this guy too. So I've got nothing against him essentially, because once he realises the game that they're playing on all of us like I do, well, it stops people sort of being pissed off with each other. That's what they want. So the thing was that I then sort of said to him, well, the other day, mate, you know the main reason why I haven't actually been to the beach in the last sort of since the mid-2000s? It's because they've actually had a fucking fake sun generator. We had to get rid of that a few years ago too, to get the real sun back. And this is nuts. And they use all the core sexual energy of the main sort of core people, the original people. That energy of those core soul aspects of those original mother and father, Chubba and Ishtan, when they make love properly, connecting with all the elements, connecting with their sort of soul elements, you know, breathing in and out with both suns and doing everything correctly when you're making love. That's how they made the fake blue Kachina and the fake red Kachina as well, and the sun generator. That's how powerful it is when you get core creation people, most ancient ones, of the soul genetic aspect, parts that's never talked about, or is there information about really? That's what they do. They hijack us offline, put us in an environment that's conducive so we do the real deal stuff to make their rubbish. And then when they're finished with us, they throw us back in the matrix after memory wiping us like nothing had ever happened. And I've had so many times in my life going, did something just happen then? So I feel really tired, feel this, and really I haven't been anywhere. And this is the thing, they've done it in such a way, in such a subtle and vast way with the Kabbalah Swift. It is powerful sorcery. But once you get to this soul level, you can see through it all and see how they do it. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to see how they manage to do it in the sense of all the people that they use. They keep them as losers in society. And then whenever they need them, they just take them off grid, okay, to use their energy. And then they put us back in such a way that we never detect that we're being used. This is how deep and insidious at the level that they've got it. It's monstrous. So, and I've got a lot more to say, and I don't think I'll even be able to get my whole story out until after we literally all get home and we've fully got this across the line on the right side of history. Because I'm too busy doing the work that needs to be done that I don't have enough time to even say it all. And by the time we actually get things healed,
that's what we're doing.
It's like,
sessions like these to get the word out.
Yeah, and my main aim is that we realise that we've all been put through a fiction construct reality in real life that was never meant to happen, but it happened. So it's a bit easier to get over that trauma when you realise it was a deliberate design to kind of saw them the way that I've outlaid and allayed how they've done it in such deep, insidious ways. And that the brain could just simply not comprehend by itself, no way, not even the heart even. And so by the time we do get back to the real reality and away from all this nasty trauma and this nightmare life that they put us through, well, the whole aim is that once we do, at least it's a reality that was not meant to ever exist. Well, it's just like the entities that want to be the gods, like the Dracos, the Elohim, and the Seraphim in the Bible, you know, green Shems and brown Hathors, right? Okay, Dracos. And basically speaking, because those gods are not getting any energy and attention anymore, they just simply fade away, don't they? And that's what we need to do to heal ourselves. So by the time we get to that, most of my story and memories, I don't want to keep it as a museum necessarily, maybe for a little while in the sense that this is an example of what we don't need to be. But once we're back to a perfect reality where no one's creating any deliberate harm anymore for stupid reasons, we're not going to need that as a blight memory. You know what I mean? It's a reality that was never meant to exist. So you know what? Fuck it all off. It'll be so forgotten. It'll be beautiful. I just really felt like I had to say that because
I'm glad you did.
That's going to be a big healer for not only myself, but for everyone else too, but just by sharing that truth. And that is my pure intention. I do have a way forward here while we're still in linear time, cyclical time. But I should say a way through this that's proactive, positive, in the sense of it's real, it's practical, and it's according to natural science of the soul. So hence I am a soul scientist. I used to say that when I was younger and people, I'm a scientist of the soul. They look at me strange. Okay. But that's what it's about. And when you align all those right elements and things like that, well, this magic does happen because you just simply get shit right. That's all. No big deal. So what else have I missed here or left a hole in that I haven't got back to, Omar?
I think we covered a lot here today. Just trying to think. There's a kind of a comment here from Ankovich, C. Ankovich, about black goo,
Oh, Chris,
nano,
yeah.
pepto,
Yes.
tech. You want to talk about the black goo for a bit?
Why not? What's Chris got to say? The black goo. Is Chris there, or did he ask a question, or shall I just start ranting about it?
Oops, booted myself out of the studio there.
Yeah, I just
Let
asked
me
you a question.
grab the. Hey guys, I'm going to toss the link to our studio in the comments if any of you are interested in coming on into the studio to ask Gauze any questions or to make any comments.
Yeah.
You're more than welcome to do so. So you want to touch on the black goo, and also what I want to mention is that speaking of black goo, I have a presentation in the in my archives done by Brad Olson, and in it he talks about the black goo as well. So if you guys are interested after this video, head on over and check out the video. It's called Anomalies of Antarctica, And I guess that's where the black goo was first discovered. And then he goes on to talk about the Falkland Wars, that the Falkland Wars wasn't really over the islands. It was, really the war was fought over this black goo. And when the British ended up getting the black goo, they lost it in England, and it ended up going into the sewage system, and from there,
Typical,
no one really has
typical.
a clue
Yeah.
as to what happened to it. So you want to pick up from there, Gauze?
Yeah, and also when the Khazars crashed into Arizona Canyon, okay, it's in the Navajo Indian records. I remember citing it years ago. And I worked all this stuff out through a dude that had past lives on Timor. He knew about the origins of the Khazars, really were from Timor. He was having a conversation about another guy who was very smart, William Hung. He'd worked out all the Jewish stuff here and all the different sort of lines of Jews, dark Jews and white Jews and all the rest of it, and how it was all used to basically do this sort of takeover and basically split our souls from genocides and stuff, take those souls and put them into new bodies to work against us. So when it really comes down to it, there's a lot of healing that needs to be done for those brothers and sisters as well, because they all come back home as well, the soul parts of them. And so the black goo, I remember this particular woman that was sent in on a psyop for me. I've had a few of them. I haven't actually had them, but so to speak, in that sense, but I've had a lot of them actually come and befriend me to sort of do their usual divide and conquer with me. They're being used, so I've got nothing against the people involved. And she told me, she said, the elites have got a problem. Now that I think about it, maybe she was told to tell me, because it was like, can you fix this problem again? It's like, what the fuck? And they said they got this problem in Arizona, in a deep hole that they got there. She didn't say why the deep hole was there, but I worked out why the deep hole was there. It was the team when they crashed Malona into there, and, smashed lowers, the egg everywhere, so to speak, as they symbolically put it. There was black goo down there. And they said the elites have got a big fucking problem and they don't know how to deal with it. And now you're talking about another fucking problem with the British. And I don't know about that one yet. What you just described, but I know about this other one, right? So I may as well tell about that as well. So they're fucking up all over the joint with this fucking black goo. And it's like, then they've weaponized and made an AI version of it. They used an AI version a long time ago with it anyway, but they've just made it even worse in the applications. And I basically did, back in 2018, because I practically had to heal myself from Morgellons. I was getting Morgellon symptoms because my body wasn't it was rejecting all the Morgellon stuff that comes through, all the chemtrails and toxins and shit like that they spread it through. Textiles and all sorts of things, and I had to find a way of healing it all out of my body, let alone all the psychiatric junk that were fucking poisoning me as well to shut down my century. So basically I worked out how to do it, because this is something I've always been into naturally. I've been into natural medicine since the early mid-80s, since my first girlfriend basically introduced it to me, and I went, and it made my mother irate because she was an allopathic medicine right-wing sort of fucking Nazi. So that was an interesting dynamic that went on for a while. But fucking hell, that changed my life, and I'm so grateful to my first girlfriend, because she introduced me to all of the real stuff that was really of my soul and affinity. Otherwise, I probably would have never come across it. So I was in a pretty sheltered sort of middle-class upbringing, and I was very controlled as well. But I constantly fought to get out of control. So basically speaking, with the black goo, I quickly worked out, I observed everything that everyone was doing. And what I noticed is what, like I said earlier, when people tried to kill a virus, kill an infection, toxicity, exosome, Okay, body cell that's gone rancid. It's basically telling you you need to clean the terrain, otherwise we're going to basically go south on you. So they call that a virus. Anyway, the black goo, basically, if you try to basically zap it out with sort of sacred geometry frequencies, okay, that are not the right tune frequencies, yeah, they kill it with really sharp spikes. If you look at the nature of waves, sound waves, frequencies, you've got smooth, big, full, fat waves. That's the source stuff. That's the good stuff. That's the Ishtan quality. If you've got all these real spiked, sharp, over-compressed, over-limited sort of sounds, or just the digital sort of harmonic layers cut off at 40K, it's got nowhere else to go for the fine top frequencies so the air can breathe properly. Well, heck, you got some real problems. Okay, they're really nasty frequencies, and that's what I was saying with the 4G stuff. They could send harmful frequencies to you in those sort of spiked frequencies. In the really low frequencies, they don't need 5G to do that. They just need 5G to make the cloud thing just have that instantaneous thing. So we basically also, they can run everything by the cloud, and we get used to basically storing things on the cloud so they can control all the information up there. It's stupid, really. Anyway, but so they could do all of this stuff before 5G. 5G just makes it more sort of insidiously sort of backdoor for them, you know, while giving us the illusion, oh, this is for your convenience, you know, and blah, blah, and all the rest of the usual spin. So I went, okay, even some of the rife stuff, if you're using the wrong frequencies, it'll do the same stuff. So I went, okay, we can't kill the virus. We have to heal the virus, because when you look at it fundamentally, that virus was originally a part of creation that went rancid. So if we kill the virus, kill, that goes back to sludge or space dust or however you want to describe it. And then it has to go through such a long period so until it can get back to its rightful place in nature, unaberrated, okay, endocrine disrupted, because that's what caused this whole perfect creation to go to shit in the first place, endocrine disrupted. Okay, and so because that's the nature of reality, and us Magi know this, we go, okay, we would much prefer to heal this thing as it is first before it gets any worse. Otherwise, it's going to take longer to put it back into nature where it's meant to be. And so, and also if it goes back to that sort of to full sludge, well, then it has to start again, the whole process of life from like a blade of grass or something like that, you know, because it literally self-destructed itself to rubbish, sludge, diarrhea. And that's what they're turning this whole omniverse into in such an unconscionable way. And they think it's funny. They've got so much insolent pride in doing it. That's so deranged. It's like, hello, I'm the mental patient. It's like, that's how they carry on. It's just they're dumping and projecting of their own condition onto me through a dumb thing called psychiatry. Industry of death, eugenics, all the rest of it. I have a pharmaceutical checklist. If they react like this, then they're ready for this drug here. How do we come up with this drug? Oh, a bunch of us crazy psychiatrists gathering around a round table and inventing fucking illnesses out of our fucking psychoses, our own ones, when we get too whacked on fucking ice or whatever fucking drugs they fucking play with. They're all junkies, all those sorcerer types. It's how they get through. When I've had wars with them, when we're going for days, I keep going just on my soul energy and magnetism and electricity, maybe a little bit of cannabis. Man, they're taking ice, heroin, monatomic gold, everything to keep up. And you know what? They end up burning out from heart attacks because they just can't weather it. Their bodies just... It's the only way they can get their bodies to sustain and maintain the battle stuff. You know, it's like... And once you strip them of all their occult armor, they're piss weak. They're piss weak without it anyway. They have to gang up on you in packs anyway, because their pinhole pineal point versus your whole body soul energy There's no competition. So they have to gang up, as scavengers do, in packs, as coward weaklings. Bullies, coward weakling, psychopathic murderers, bullies. That's the thing. They're actually psychopathic murderous bullies. But when it really comes down, they're actually all one-on-one. They're all coward weaklings.
That's their nature.
Yeah. So this is actually what we're dealing. I'm giving you the full. I've given you during this talk today the full personality profile breakdown of their whole sort of personality types and how their insanity works. Like, I've learned how to get inside an insane psychopathic murderer without having to become one. Simply because I can look through their bloodlines. Like a vampire, just like them, but I'm no vampire. I'm just using natural science to do it. So that's what they do. They do it through the blood, because blood's got anti-gravity properties to it as well. In its essence, senses, especially when you get down to isotopes and all those sorts of aspects of life that are so deep and vast. They don't like to talk about it because that's where they control things from. So they don't really want to give too many names and things like that. It's going to tell too much. Because that nothingness is, that's a vast area too. It's not even nothingness. That's consciousness. That's the consciousness energy. That's the source energy. Okay? But it's got to have the physicality so it can actually have sensual experience. If it can't feel itself, what's the point of being pure consciousness? So hence, it was never like that to start with. Why would it be? It's got to have a body to experience itself, just as the body's got to have the consciousness to basically know what this sensation feeling is all about. Now, does it get more simple and basic than that to explain and describe something so deep and vast? So to heal the black goo, we use black clay. Australian black clay is the best one. Brazilian works well. There was some stuff up in Canada there on one particular bay, I can't remember at the moment, that was okay, but then it got polluted. And then also there was black clay down in the Gulf of Mexico, but that all got polluted by the BP Horizon nonsense. But there's another deliberate psyop. I won't go into those details, otherwise I'll be talking for that for about half an hour as to what they actually did there. But anyway, those two clays work well, and I started giving this information out in 2018. And as soon as I gave out the information about black clay and where to get it, they started shutting these places down. Because I noticed, I actually bought up some black clay back in 2014. I bought quite a few jars of it. My gut just told me, buy up all the clay you can now. And I did. It was reasonably cheap where I got it from, the best quality Australian clay. And every continent is actually in the world. The model continent for all continents is actually Uga, Australia. When it goes back to it, that's the original creation template of how nature archetypally expresses itself. But then the original sort of Uga, Australia was connected with Asia and also Antarctica as well. Like, as I said, the whole body of the Earth was two entwined bodies, okay, masculine and feminine. And so there's only so much of that body anyway on this portion of the Earth. It's hard to work it out. But I've worked out of this portion of the Earth which lands are actually more the feminine lands, and they're the ones from the Arctic down to the Antarctic through the Americas that was all joined up. It comes around to Uga. And then it's more the European lands and that way up there that's meant to be the wild sort of male lands that are meant to be uninhabited most of the time, so all the fertility can happen on the feminine lands. And there's less actual masculine lands on this portion and in the volume everywhere, because there's always, in an organism, the body aspects are more voluminous than the actual structural aspects that hold it up together so that body can keep on expanding, expansifying and growing with the structure too. And so the body is the feminine aspect, and the structural architectural stuff are generally the male aspects. But then of the structural aspects, there's equal feminine aspects that work better with those male aspects. And then there's other males that work better with the females for the body aspects. And everyone's equally important. And that's how everything in nature is equal in every aspect. I mean, in physical reality, there are, like, of the four main primary elements, two of them are predominantly in physical nature feminine, and two are physically predominantly male, or in all unseen and seen. I shouldn't say physically. But even in physical reality, their structure is both equal, masculine and feminine, in all of them. But the whole thing about physical creation, why we have to be in separation in the sense of physical and male and female, is because when we live in perfect reality, when we bring the feminine and the male energies together that are different but compatible energies, and they're all correct in their magnetism naturally and electricity and how they, attract, okay, with each other, well then things just work properly. And so in physical, they try to say with the Kabbalah stuff, we're all in separation in physicality, which technically we are, but energetically, we're all symbiotically always connected magnetically and energetically with all the elements. They took that consciousness away from us by stealing our birthright soul information, made us rudderless. So once we have the consciousness back of how our bodies interconnect energetically with nature, because you are energy, once you know how your circuitry works, you know how the omniversal circuitry works, then after that, and then all you do is soul center, blink of an eye, so to speak, within the blink of an eye, from one omni realm to another, energetically, while you're still here. You can go to the future while you're sitting in this chair. It's right in front of your nose. You just got to consciously feel it with all of yourself, your whole body, your whole soul, that much, to become that present in now. Literally, you'll start feeling your seat and a bit of the house shaking as you go there. But that's it. There's no woo-woo or anything. You're feeling it. So you don't need to see it to feel it. You feel it first before you see it. So you literally become the moment of now. And from there, amazing things can happen because you can actually will it to happen, to manifest it to happen. That's the real magic, because you're in connection with all the elements. Your consciousness is correct. You've got pure intention. You're not trying to fuck anyone over. You're creating abundance, and you become part of that abundance for everyone and everything. You're doing everything for the right reasons. Doesn't matter if you swear or curse or whatever, about whatever. That's irrelevant. Yeah, still going to have the shits about wiping these idiots' asses. As they, they literally drag their asses like dogs along the ground, leaving shit stains everywhere. That's what they do. That's what the Illuminati do. That's what they've been doing to our omniverse. It's not just Earth. It's the whole omniverse. It's the whole realm. It's like we come from here, these roots. We basically do action in the physical here, make it all happen out there. And then we can still even go and visit out there, the physical and all that stuff as well. But that's when we've got to get back into fish forms. That's all liquid. That's the original terrain. That's the original fish tank, the ancient world of sea. It's not even a fish tank, but I'm just going to take the piss a little bit. But that's how it is. So hopefully I've demystified all of this in a down-to-earth way.
Oh, yeah. This was a wonderful session, brother. I really enjoyed it. Yeah. Got to connect a lot of dots today, and closed up some open loops from the last conversation we had. So yeah, it's been pretty good. We're at 3 hours, 38 minutes, 39 seconds. So we got the 333. So I think this is probably a good spot to finish this talk for today. And
okay, I'd like to finish on the. There's a couple more things after the black goo you got to fucking heal.
Sure.
I just finished that off because it's important, because a couple of people asked me today about that. And I said, well, I posted stuff years ago, and if anyone's interested, I'll repost it all again on Facebook and all the rest of it. So I'm about to do that anyway, so I may as well explain this. So you heal the black goo with the black clay. You just have black clay in distilled water. I have all my clays mixed together. I've got lots of different clays for different purposes, because us Magi, we have a little bit of clay with the water to connect us better with certain elements, different clays, different situations. Some clays, the bentonite clays, are with the real sort of earth stuff. The other clays are more with ancestral stuff concerned with us and our animals. And it's like you get red clay, it's associated with your blood. This is how these things tend to sort of match, okay? I won't go through all that now. But, okay, so you heal the black goo with the black clay. You keep on drinking. It'll get rid of it. It'll heal the frequency of it. And it'll actually sort of not weaponize and come back as a zombie, because they want you to attack it. That's the whole thing. They want you to war, reactive. If you work out how to diffuse the situation, the reactive situation, and bring it back to calm waters, that's what we need. That's the solution, okay? But sometimes, in order to get a really nasty thing that's just so out of control, just everywhere, sometimes a bit of force is needed to contain first before we can get that done, okay? Especially when something's trying to kill you, and everything and everyone, because it's just on a kamikaze mission, because it's just so petrified of facing its soul, it has to go out in full angry denial of itself. It's the biggest coward of the lot. So the next part is that the black goo is insulated by liquid crystals, okay? Now these are liquid crystals you find in these plasma screen television sets and computer monitors. Same stuff. A lot of genetics are manipulated with a lot of industrial toxins as well. Believe you me. Believe you me. And so you've got to knock out that particular aspect. Now you can do that pretty much with the MMS, okay? The chlorine dioxide sort of bleach. Or I first discovered using a different bleach, hydrogen peroxide, food grade, 35%. Okay? And I'd basically start off with 1 drop in my antioxidant drinks, okay? Because the antioxidants are great for creating glutathione in your body to get rid of all the rubbish as well. So I basically have it with my antioxidant drinks. And I'd go from 1 drop, and I went all the way up to 28 drops. But I paced myself. I did it gradually. So my body became accustomed to it. So after doing that and then bringing myself back down again from that, yeah, well, I got rid of all of that sort of stuff in my body and more. And next, the other factor that moves through the black goo, okay, this is describing the AI technology through these operating systems and those other nanoparticulate things going on at the moment. They actually put in as well, because this is all in the chemtrails too, by the way, cat shit, E. coli, right? And that cat shit, E. coli, gets weaponized and moves through the liquid crystals in the black goo. And they use sort of polymers too from certain, they mix parts of sea algae with other sort of inorganic things to do other certain things, because what they need to mix something organic in there to make it a superconductive process for the inorganic to get through in an electrostatic way, because inorganic things are not magnetic naturally. So to make them magnetic, they need a transition process to make something inorganic. It's electric, okay? Secondary elemental, magnetic. So they use this electrostatic process to blend with the magnetism to make an inorganic thing magnetic, okay? So just look at graphene oxide and why they have to store it at below minus 70 degrees Celsius, okay, to keep it magnetic until it hits its destination. So that's all I'll say about that. But in the sense of like with this E. coli as well, same thing, okay? They've learned how to weaponize the cat crap. And you look at the crazy old Catwoman thing and the cats in Egypt and how the Dracos used the cats as spies as well to see through their eyes. And yeah, cats have had a really rough deal. And the whole thing about, there's something about cat stuff that even infects the rats, and they put it in the rats. And I remember reading this stuff, it was ghastly years ago. I can't remember all the details now, I'll have to dig it out. But I was discussing this stuff with a friend of mine on Facebook, hardcore, about just the cat scat stuff. And man, we got into some really hardcore places of what the applications of what they're using with this stuff. So I will dig that all out. I won't go into it further. So I had to work out, how do I heal the cat scat? Okay. I was doing my research, and then I went on the Department of Agriculture, Australian government website, or New South Wales government. And I thought, okay, how do they deal with E. coli and customs and all that sort of stuff when people come through airports and customs? There's E. coli, and they detect it in the food. Well, what do? They don't just destroy it, they've got to get rid of the salmonella and the E. coli, all that sort of stuff. And I basically worked out the right search. And I did this word search. It basically brought up this paper, this government website. That's right, I looked for E. coli. And then I read through this paper they had on E. coli. So I know how to basically detect it, okay, and get rid of it. And to detect it and get rid of it, they were using colloidal gold. They had it in this document. I go, I can't believe it. The government's actually admitting it on one of their government department websites that colloidal gold gets rid of food poisoning. Now, well, why aren't medical doctors prescribing that for the same condition? Yet the customs are using colloidal gold to detect it, the stuff coming through baggage in airports and stuff, and getting rid of it. So I've gone, okay, colloidal gold gets rid of that. It heals it. And then I found out, I think I remembered this from a past life actually, that organic essential oil catnip is also the antigen for the cat shit. So, and then I worked out coriander oil is one of the best sort of things to clear heavy metal damage from the brain as well, the combination. And so I thought, okay, if I put the coriander oil together with a little bit of catnip oil, and what else did I put together with it? There's one more. I'm just trying to think of it at the moment. I've still probably got it here. There was one more I added just to make it even more sort of, I think it was eucalyptus. Yeah. Just put a drop in with that. And that heals all the E. coli cat shit stuff as well, and all the weaponization applications of that, as well as colloidal gold. But then the colloidal gold, do not use monatomic colloidal gold. That'll fuck you up. Because that's what the elites have. They have a concentrated form of monatomic gold in the rituals. It gives them like a temporary sort of ascended state, as they put it. But the thing is that once they come down off it, big time. But the problem is, it's a shortcut to real soul consciousness, right? But the thing is that you can't go to what they know as an ascended state, okay, until your consciousness is ready for it, because there's no shortcuts to attaining real consciousness. So if you go to an ascended state where you actually have an amazing, powerful power of manifestation from this monatomic gold, well, if your mind sort of programming, or the way that you are, is self-destructive or maligned, you're going to start manifesting some serious incidents around you. And they do, these elites, and they've been junkies on this stuff ever since the word go. This monatomic gold and the rituals and all the rest of it. And it further makes them endocrine disrupted as well. It stuffs their genetics up even more. It's like the Draco sort of Egyptian lot. They were just junkies on all this stuff, and they just had mad orgies in all the pyramids to basically bring up all the source energy from Earth and then transmute it all into dirty energy like lasers and shit like that. You know, fire laser beams at fucking Mars and just stupid shit. You know, it's just like, and convert all that sex energy into that. They'd use their Draco human hybrid types and kidnap us as well to be involved in this stuff. And we'd do our best to break out of the rituals, but when we went there, they're just using their own ones. They're using them as the main instruments to draw up the source energy from Earth, to transmute it into all this shit energy through the pyramids. That's why the pyramids are an abomination. This is what happens when you externalize technology outside of us, the original technology, and it falls in the wrong hands. So the whole confusion of the tongues thing was about getting our communication out of us to vocalize it and to use it as spoken language, which we never needed to do initially. As I explained earlier, the different types of languages that have come through, from original sung, harmonic, melodic stuff, all the way to monotonal sort of drawl. Of today, I have a lot of accents and dialects. And so this is what they did. They worked out how to externalize the language, the communication system of source, out of us, which is the Mudja language. And once they did that, they were able to screw with nature and then confuse the tongues to keep everyone soul blind and their consciousness shut down. And yeah, just self-destructively screw with creation, literally using the force of a downward fucking spiral, spinning spiral out of control, to basically manipulate the free energy off that force, that's self-destructive energy, to use for all energy, which is the most stupid, diabolical thing you could ever do. Because that's what those cover boxes do. It's an imploding black hole in there. That it's originally a phosphorus light egg. It's an aspect of the feminine. And you don't desecrate the feminine like that. So, yeah. So they're the three things you've got to heal big time in Morgellons, with those things that I just mentioned. And there are other things you can use as well. But they're things that work for me. I've found other things that worked. Okay? And I will share all that information again on my Facebook page. And I'm glad I got to talk about it now, because now I don't know what other people are using at the moment, and you can line the ducks up with my information with other people and get a big sort of party mix happening of all this great healing stuff. But just remember, if you're going to use frequencies to heal, you've got to use frequencies that numerologically add up to 10. That's the simple foundational rule, because they're the real source frequencies. They're the ones that will heal. You'll notice those frequencies are beautiful and rounded, okay? They've got Ishtan curves all through them everywhere. They're fat, you know? Rich, full, character, body.
Also, you got to be, super careful with the, like for instance, when people go on YouTube looking for frequencies and such to meditate to, one has to be extremely careful to the type of frequency that you're exposing yourself to, especially in a meditative state, right? Mm-hmm. So a little bit of homework on that, a little background.
I had an experience in that when I was coming back from one of my sort of pharmaceutical poisonings, and also I got infected with 2 AI Dracos, a feminine one and a masculine one. And a colleague was meant to be uploading maps into me, and he was basically being used. And instead of maps being uploaded into me, I had these 2 pieces of filth uploaded into me. Okay, so I had a stage where it was like, I had a lot to deal with and junk to get rid of. It was pretty full on. I was being psyoped from all angles at the time. And then I had all these controlled opposition friends, supposed friends, come to sort of, oh, we're your friends, we'll come to help you. And we've got all this sacred geometry frequency stuff you need to look at on YouTube to do it. And I said, what did you learn from that centering stuff I taught you fucking years ago? You threw the baby out with the bathwater, did you? Because you found one mistake that I did that you basically created to happen through your bullshit. That's what they do, the controlled opposition. They'll ride with you for a while, they'll marvel at what you can do, and then all of a sudden, at a certain stage, they'll start the sabotage program so you fuck up. And then they'll say, oh, this one mistake you did over there, that means everything you do is shit. And then it starts. And then the character assassinations and the rest. They have a program to do all that stuff. So the thing is with centering, the only way they can make your magic not work is to pile you with a whole heap of fictitious self-doubt. So you start doubting yourself so you don't sustain the intention of that magic. Once you're up and running, that's the key thing. That's why they keep the fear on all the time. They manufacture the fear. So there's nothing to fear but fear itself. Once you piss off all the fear and you realise, even if you die in this moment now, death is actually painless unless you're put through a tortured sort of death. But even so, you can come back and smash the shit out of them again because the soul is indestructible. So, and you know what? Sometimes on off-grid, I have smashed the shit out of them until they've literally got the whole of security to hold me down, to then inject me, memory wipe me, and then throw me back in the Matrix. Because I say to them every time, one of these days I'm going to fucking wake up in the Matrix and I'm going to kick your fucking ass the same, just like I do fucking you. You fucking used me to fix all your fucking problems and then throw me back like nothing's fucking happened. Because I'd be awake to it when I was over there. And I'm in another body, so I've got no choice but to, okay, I've got to at least get back into the body that I'm meant to be in, not this fucking Afro-American body to be a cop in the future to go and fix up a fucking crime problem they can't fix. I'm not joking either. There isn't many skin suits I haven't been in. I'm fucking over it. Fucking theatre faggot show. Fuck off. There's been nothing. Sorry.
Yeah, no shit.
But that's the part of me that's genuine. You can see down to earth. I'm fed up with it. I'm not being polarized. I'm not playing victim. I'm just fed up with it. I'm tired. I'm granddad. Like, granddad's tired of the grandchildren who held their children to hostage, the ones that went rancid. Because they took over. That's the irony. The original children that actually turned themselves born into blood and these mutants. Their first children ended up worse than them and ended up fucking taking over the parents. So it's like granddad's tired of the fucking grandparent, the grandkids fucking belligerent fucking bullshit. It's like time to fucking grow up. You know, it's like these are the people running things. This is how backwards this world is. You've got the most incompetent people facilitating and running things. And it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And they actually know properly how to do things, but they can't. Why? Because they're too fucked up. Like even this, you'll love this one, Omar. They still got Vimanas and Veluxes, right? They got it all hidden in the outer realms of the earth. You know, the rest of the territory that basically, you know, brainwashed us, eventually sort of rubbed out and got us all into believing that we live on just this portion here. Now, that they've got a museum of stuff out there. They literally keep a museum of all of it. And they have, sorry, what was I talking about specifically?
The Vimanas.
Oh, the Vimanas. They're too fucked up to drive the Vimanas and Veluxes like the elites are, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because why? Those craft, they operate through consciousness.
They do. They do. And we've come to learn about that, about UFOs as well. That's right. Consciousness-based. And,
you know what they do?
interact with you
So
is all based on your own level of consciousness.
this is how fucked up this is, what I'm about to tell you. So what they do, they have to get Buddhist monks and stuff, even though they're trained in them. They haven't got all the aspects that they should have, but they'll have all that back soon. And but still, even with the discipline they have, a lot of them do a pretty good job. And they know how to at least get their body stable within the distorted system they've been given to use with the seven chakra and all that. They still do a fucking great job. And hence, they train them specifically to drive the Vimanas and Veluxis for them because they're too fucked up to do it, the elites, right? And so it's really fucked up how they literally get all these people that are good, wholesome people to drive their ships to do fucked up things for them. And I'm sure they run into a lot of problems when basically the Buddhist monks won't do the fucked up things that they want them all to do. Because it's like, well, hold it, if I try to do that with this consciousness, with this vehicle, you're going to fuck up the vehicle as well if you do too much fucked up shit. But that's just good people sort of going, what is this fucked up shit? And then they just basically work through these people like, okay, if this one won't cooperate, we'll just get another one. You know, everyone's dispensable to them, you know what I mean? The way they unconsciously treat life and people. And hence why the elites now, through their whole dumbing down process of the whole world to be so stupid now, they've also dumbed down their own kind. And hence they need AI to fucking run everything for them because they're that fucking terminally mad and incompetent. They're fucked up big time. They've literally hit the tipping point in their own insanity now, and they can't keep their shit together. Let alone they're getting swamped with a lot of source energy from people like me as well. And I won't go into the details of what I'm up to like that, but I don't fuck around. I'm not here to fuck seagulls, put it that way. Because I've waited for this time for a long fucking time, 2.2 million years to be precise, personally. So I'm not going to hide the way that I feel about that. At the same time, you will see my sense of humour, and people that do know me and have hung out with me over the years know that. I don't have to prove anything in that regard. And sure, I can be just as intense and serious as I can be funny. I can just be as fragile and delicate as I can be strong. You need all of it.
Mm-hmm.
When you're self-centered, you got all of it. And bipolar.
Both sides.
Yeah. Yeah, so yes,
like
brother.
You were mentioning about the alligators earlier on, the four of them, right?
They're actually crocodiles.
Yeah, what was going through my mind at that time was it appeared that they had your axes covered, right? Your north, south, east, and west, right? All your four cardinal positions, right? Because
that's right.
When you center like this and center like that, you have that X, right? So on all four corners, right there, that's where they were. That's kind of that's what I was thinking when you were talking about it earlier.
That's what the medicine wheel is all about. It's essentially like a couple of horseshoes, or you could have four horseshoes if you want.
Mm-hmm.
There's 4 ways you can do this, okay? And then that cross in the middle, in a circle, essentially that's the medicine wheel. There's nothing wrong with that symbol, okay? There's nothing wrong with 2 crossed lines with a circle. It's only when you square the circle, join up all the dots, you get that diagonal square at that 23.4 degree angle that adds up to 9. That's the distortion. That's how they squared a circle, just by joining the dots, like kindergarten kids. And I will call them kids because they are baby goats, but I hate otherwise using that word. And I call my children children. People have gotten so used to some colloquialisms and things, and there's just some words I refuse to use otherwise, unless I'm talking about them. But, yeah, that's the medicine wheel. And within that medicine wheel, you've got acupressure points, like as in shiatsu, medicinal yoga people. Okay? That's all based off this. And when you're playing music through it, you're resonating and hitting all these points like you're playing, you know, like a saxophone or a wind instrument, like the keys. That's what they're all modeled off, us. So when you're singing through it, all I did was sing one note, and all those in legato, all those notes came out just from where you saw my, I don't know if you saw my fingers move, but I literally pressed my fingers playing the notes on my medicine wheel. Now, I can play notes on that medicine wheel and then get all my other 9 medicine wheels to play unison or harmony with it all over my body. And if I do it with all 10 at once, I'm literally bouncing and grooving like it kind of looks a little bit crazy at first, but you'll see the rhythm and the groove to it all. And that's what you can do from one medicine wheel on 9 other medicine wheels. Once you're that connected with yourself, okay? Sure, you start off first, do that one. Okay, I can do a medicine wheel behind here too. Sing tones through there. At first, you tune it up, like you're tuning a PA, a graphic equalizer. You want to tune it up. Okay, oh, I've got a few injuries there. I've got it. This is where the blues comes from, healing your injuries and singing the notes through them. That's just the sound going, whoa, down my body right there. So I'm following the motion of the flow. And that's where we get music from, and musical instruments. It's all designed off us. I'm just giving you really vague, basic examples at the moment of just tuning up stuff, but eventually you'll see me in full flight. And I'm remembering more and more as I go, because I haven't remembered absolutely everything yet, because this can't remember everything. So they don't steal my information. Yeah, so they don't steal my information that comes up to my head. My soul has to keep some information completely locked away until I'm ready to use it.
The body has more memory.
Otherwise,
than
they'll steal that information with the voice to skull. They're thieves. They already had this information before, but through their own stupidity, insolent pride when they have celebrations, when they have victories, when they win things, and then they say, okay, we only need this and this and this. Forget this stuff, throw it away. And then at a later stage they have a problem. We shouldn't have thrown it away. Like our stuff. So then they have to fucking go, oh shit, we have to get one of them and steal it back off them again and get it out of them. This is what's really been going on. This is how insane it is. Now, people might say what I'm describing is fucking totally fucking insane and off the wall, and I'm a crazy cunt. Now, all of that is correct, apart from the latter. I'm not a crazy cunt. I am dealing with the most insane, craziest cunts ever. And I think I have done a pretty good job at remaining pretty sane, despite what I have been through. And anyone that wants to criticise me, you try walking a mile, just a mile, through the journey of my shoes, let alone all the miles, and experience what I've experienced, and realise that, and cognise that, and you'll totally comprehend why I get the way that I get when I get pissed off about certain things. When I show my open disdain for something, and I give good, clear reason why, and I don't hide it. I'm only just touching. I'm just touching the tip of the iceberg. So, in the sense of like what I've been through. So it's like we're dealing with the most insane of the most insane ever in order to bring us all back home. Okay, so this is the thing. So that's just the nature of what it is. So I've literally had to wade myself through crap at times, like literal shit and things that I don't want to look at, but I have to in order to study their stuff, to understand how they operate and function within this crazy, to find out some sort of remedy and way through it. And that hasn't been easy. And that's just the way. I just want to discuss the reality for what it is, that we're working against the craziest people, evil-minded, evil genius, harebrained people. But unfortunately, stupid, like Joes and bucking. It's like dumb and dumber, stupid and evil. Okay? And evil and stupid are synonymous. They kind of go together because evil is self-destructive. That's why. And stupid, that's the definition of it. Or vice versa, whichever way you want to look at it in that sense. So, yeah, okay, brother. I guess we should tie it up. Um,
When you were talking about evil geniuses, right? It reminds me of a meme that I seen not that long ago, and you're so right. But the evil geniuses, man, because these guys are of
yeah,
this fella right here. I'll bring it on screen.
well, it's literally like, oh, yeah, exactly.
Really,
Well,
truly
this is
is,
the perfect, yeah, it's a perfect, look, it's Klaus Schwab's twin sort of mutant pygmy brother,
yeah.
over blind feet. So that's what a grey is,
All right, brother. We're at 4 hours and 10 minutes, so it's been a good session, and we should pick it up again in a week or so, and then continue to share this information with people so that people can
well, next
understand
time,
the depth of the evil that's happening on this planet and what they're doing to us individually.
sorry, I just had to highlight what you just said. The
Yeah, it's
death
all
of the
good,
evil.
brother. All good. So, guys, thank you very much for joining us
Oh,
here on this
Emma,
Saturday morning, afternoon. Yes,
just one last thing.
sure.
I did mean to bring on White Buffalo today,
Hmm.
but because he's a shaman and he's been in a meditation session, and he's always like me. He's always helping people and doing stuff, custodian work every day of his life and night.
Yeah.
And I dare say he's just been waylaid helping people or doing something. But I very much wanted to get him on because he's a real Hopi shaman that knows the old ways. And I've recognised in him, he knows stuff like it's Quetzalcoatl stuff that's beyond the standard sort of Indian thing because they were associated. And he's really got some great information to share with people if you
Yeah, I'd
ask
love
him
to
the
get
right
him
way.
on I we can. I totally understand what
Well,
he's doing.
for the next time I come on, I would like to get him on first to feature him because I think people have heard enough from me just for the moment because what he has to say in the way that he knows it and says it all syncs with the Mudger stuff, okay?
Hmm.
And it's really important that people listen to him because a lot of people that know the language, more of the modern stuff, he knows how to talk in new age terms and bring people back to the real stuff.
Hmm.
He's better at engaging people like that than me. He's got a bit more grace than I do. Okay, where
Well,
I'm sort of like,
let's coordinate with him this week and
yes,
see if we can bring him on next weekend or maybe next week and see how his schedule is working and
absolutely.
how he's feeling.
Tell him because I think he'll be a real special guest for you guys here.
Oh yeah,
That's
I'd
like
love
I
to
know
have
you
him on and share his
a lot of
knowledge
people,
for sure.
but he is someone that goes well beyond the new age. Like he really knows the old stuff.
Hmm.
And even with me, unless I basically sort of go there with him, he won't necessarily go there out of the fact that for so long he's had to keep this knowledge sacred and hidden and preserved because you can't just share it with anybody. But we are in the time now, we have to share this information to empower everybody because we realise the big facade that's been played over all of us.
Yeah,
And
the key
even the
word
sharp,
there is empower.
yes,
We need to
exactly.
empower the
Empower.
people.
Because once humans got their confidence back, in my simplest good way, you can do anything.
Yeah, the power. We're extremely powerful beings, but we've just been beaten down and eyebrowed, and just abused and treated like like a slaughterhouse animal, really, and that's the reason why we're at where we are at today. But on
Yeah.
the bright side, on the bright side, we have people like you, White Buffalo, and many others. Aaron Fowler, and I can just go on and on and on, that are sharing this sacred information and helping people that are in this niche and in this community to further realize and to further understand the grip that these people and these things have on us. And the more we educate ourselves and the more we raise our own awareness of this subject, the better equipped we are to battle this spiritual war that we're involved in and that we're engaged in right now. So
Well, it's more than
it's very
spiritual.
important.
Well, the thing is, it's a fight for our souls, really,
Hmm.
because as far as spirit beings, we know
It
about all the spirit.
absolutely is, because
We're
we're trapped in that
actually quite
birth
ignorant
and
of the
death
spirit.
cycle of incarnation again and again
Yeah,
and again and again
we've just,
until we
we've just
snap
been
out of that.
we've just been missing this fundamental soul stuff, and the
Hmm.
soul stuff allows us to very easily unplug from the matrix without having to be an emu or dodging bullets, and plug back into the nature and be conscious of nature and yourself again. It's
Yeah,
that simple. And once you get that missing link empowerment back, you've got all the rest already. It's
yeah,
that is the one that they've taken from us that made us rudderless, okay? That enabled them to basically make us so in a vulnerable situation so that they could beat the fuck out of us like this for so
yeah,
long.
yeah,
Now,
yeah.
got this information back, technically how to do this without any dogma, without any sort of hoo-ha or over emotionality. We can just basically plug back in, do what's necessary to bring back our beautiful, perfect world, and just do it with a minimum cost, and that's it. And it's done.
It's happening slowly but surely. It's happening, and we're in that the switch of an age as well, where things are going to seem chaotic in the beginning, but as we settle into this age, then I'm sure all of our mind power and mental power and spiritual power is going to go into effect. Believe me, there's a lot more people who are engaged in this type of stuff than the mainstream would have us believe. So we just got to keep our spirits up, our heads up high, and keep our backbone straight, and just take in the knowledge and
And
apply that knowledge on a day to
keep
day
your
basis.
tail, keep your tail grounded in the inner sun.
Yep, exactly. All right, brother. Thank you very much for your beautiful download. I really appreciate it. And thank you to everyone who has been watching and commented and shared. I really appreciate it. This really helps, the channel because of the algorithm. As I was saying earlier, the YouTube is punishing us for, the strike that we received for so-called medical misinformation, but it's done with. So they're really shadow banning us even more now because of that strike. So it will be extremely helpful for people to share and comment on this video, so the algorithm picks it up and it shares this and offers this video to other people who can really benefit from from this message and from this information. So with that being said, guys, please subscribe to this channel, and if you can, please become a member of this channel. My name is Omar. I was here with my guest, the urban shaman, Gaz, coming at you guys from Australia. And I'm coming at you guys from British Columbia, Canada. With that being said, I love you guys all. Stay safe out there. Be safe. Take care of one another. Love one another. And help each other as much as you can. And until next time, we'll see you later.
Thank you, Omar. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, brother.
You're very welcome, brother. And thank you for your download. Really appreciate it.